Haiti.
That the entire purpose of affirmative action set-asides, civil rights laws, laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association, all of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing to unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that, okay? I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
Said that you resent the idea of being called an African American, that
yes.
You are a Black American.
Yes.
Explain.
I think that when they call Black people who were born and raised for generations in this country, if you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations your family's been here, built this country too. Sweat and tears and all that, fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country.
I'm always going to be known as a Black American. I can't call myself an African American because when they want to separate us, then they say we are African American. But remember this: when I'm competing in the Olympics, I didn't compete on an African American Olympic team. I competed on an American Olympic team. So don't separate me when you want to separate me.
I am not an African American. I'm an American. I am a Black American. I am definitely Black. And yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Meaning, how long did my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa and moved here, either first generation or second generation, and has a tie to that country that I do not have. One of the first census in Virginia that allowed for Black people to have a name was somebody from my family. So that means that
Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American. And shout out, because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American.
Why is that?
I'm not African.
Very strong.
As I was going back to see, he pointed out for me that I could go back when I want to. Go back to where? Huh? Go anywhere.
Sir, could you stand up? We can't hear you. Could you stand up over there by the microphone?
You mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? We are not Africans no more. You have raped our great-grandmothers and stuff and changed us. Finish. Let me finish. I just want to tell you that. And don't say nothing else to me.
Sir?
Yo, I remember being called African booty scratcher back in middle school, bro. Even I was calling other people African booty scratchers back in middle school because my mom and dad, they're both from Africa. My whole entire family's from Africa. So I can relate to being called African booty scratcher, but I too was also calling them African booty scratchers too. I was roasting them back. You know what I mean? So
when the colonizers came and took Africans from Africa, literally stole them and sent them to different foreign countries, they wanted that divide to be there. They wanted that separation to be there. And it's been achieved, and it continues to be achieved. They never wanted African people or Black people as a whole to be united. Listen, I'm an African born and raised, and I'm very proud of my continent, my country. I'm proud of my culture and what Africa represents. But I want you to know that me making this video is not to take sides and to just defend African people and to say that, oh, Africans are correct, Africans are right.
Them to slavery as opposed to seeing it as, first of all, why do you believe the white man's history so much? I went to boarding school in Cameroon, and I learned that one of the tactics that they used to get Africans in the slaves in the ships, they stole them literally. They would what's the word? They would come to the chief and say, hey, we just need a couple of men to work for this X amount of time, and those men would never come back. I mean, there were so many different sneaky ways that they got people away. Do you think Africans were proud to?
Okay, so
I
would like to say something as well.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Rashad.
You have the women of Dahomey. They were doing, I think it was 75% of slaves that came through the transatlantic slave trade came straight through there. Matter of fact, they had, if I remember right, they had a tree. They used to have their slaves walk around called the tree of forgetfulness because they didn't want, when those slaves died over there, their spirits to come back and haunt them. They were brutal with their tactics, cutting jaws off, killing.
What are your sources? Where is this?
Google.
Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale Hurston is one of the greatest.
I have never heard that in my life.
Okay.
The effort of Black Americans, that it was because of maybe their sacrifice that Africans were able to come to America, and I disagree with that. I disagree because Black Americans, just as my brother here, Ovie, stated, they did not participate in my effort to come into America. the same experience they had, we have same experience. They were our brothers. They were kidnapped. We did not sell our brothers. We never sold them to anybody. We were kidnapped, and they were lied to. Their descendants were lied to that they were sold. No, there was no money there. We did not exchange them for anything. So they were kidnapped, brought to America. We were traumatized. And when we grew up, we now began to hear the story that our brothers were kidnapped and brought them to America. Then we're eager now to go and see our brothers. With love and happiness, we now came to see our brothers, only to be met with hatred or rejection. Now, our brothers rejected us. But when we came in, we now find out the truth that actually when they were brought up here,
Yeah, family, I don't know what's going on in Africa. I mean, it seems like they're interested in rewriting history in 2025. Do you know how hard that's going to be? I mean, everybody has Google, Wikipedia, Britannica, AI, Google, Chat GPT. There's so many AI things out here. It's just foolish to act like your hand wasn't in a cookie jar. Like, yo, if there are cookies and there's a jar, that's us minding our business. And hand went in there. That's your hand. And y'all gave it to a pink hand. Yeah, I did that. And I don't know what's up with this new African teaching where they want to act like they had nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. That means a transaction. And a lot of Pan-Africanists have a hard time accepting this as well. Interesting. And I mean, what is the goal? What is the gain by lying about Africa's role? Again, you got Pan-Africanists. You got people that's in that religion, FBAs as well, in that religion, lying, either minimizing Africa's role or outright saying it never happened. What is the gain? Are you trying to make Africa great somehow by lying? It's kind of weird. You will lie to the world, and then y'all throw around the agent talk, the white supremacist talk. What is that then? What is denying the obvious? What is that called? Okay. They got all these funny terms, xenophobia and all this. All we say is the only funny term we got is delineate. All right, so now I'm gonna run this video back. Okay. Give me a second. Yeah, forgive me, man. The laptop warned me. It's like, hey, it's gonna die. Charge it. And that was the first time it ever died on me. I don't know why I didn't just charge it in my hand.
Our history, our culture are so much more different compared to these other countries that are actually black. Joshua Bill, if you're not black, what are you? I'm Somali. Let me ask you a question. If you were to see a very dark Indian man, would he be identified as a black person or just an Indian?
Yeah, he looked black to me, but somehow people who call themselves black would say he ain't black. So then I'm like, well, what makes somebody black? You feel me? So it can't be skin tone, huh?
I think generally a lot of people have about
know that black people.
Like black people, please stop asking me. Stop telling me I'm African. I am not.
You don't got to worry about that from Unbiased Ron. I will never call you what you're not. Okay, I'm always call you what you are.
Somali, that is my ethnicity. Africa is a continent. I am from the continent of Africa, but I am Somali.
We've got different phenotype, we've got different culture. We are closer genetically. We are closer to the North Africans than the West Africans, and that's a fact. That's fact. No.
So he's throwing facts out there. He said we're closer to the North Africans than the West Africans. I believe him. I don't find any reason to believe he's lying.
That's a fact. Now, do you accept? That's a fact. Do you accept that Somalis, Eritreans? It's true. Do you accept that Somalis, Eritreans, and Ethiopians are collectively the most homogeneous group on the planet? 100%. 100%. Do we collectively share an East African identity? 100%. Do we and Nigerians share a collective African identity? Definitely not. Let me respond to that. Do we share a collective African identity? No, I'm not going to respond to that because you've cut off the people of North Africa. Do we all of us African? Yes. 100%. Yes. But are we black? No. We're not black. And I explained to you why. We've got different phenotype.
He said we all got eyes, we'll be black.
We've got different, we speak Afro-Asiatic language. There's move on.
Did you just say you have different culture?
Yeah, we have a different culture. Okay, there's more differences than similarities.
So you guys see, like, it's not today.
Yeah, I don't see what's the problem. All right, okay, so she's gonna play more videos. All right, okay, I see where that's going. All right, cool. You got nothing to add to the conversation? Okay, y'all remember this crazy woman? She's back. Okay. Trigger warning, trigger warning. Get your popcorn. Trigger warning. Here we are. This is Queen Gaslighter.
In the comments, and I am intrigued. Black versus black was the last topic that I spoke on, and to be honest, I approached
Family's late night live on Saturday night. The least we can do. We ain't got 3,000 people in the live. We got just 31. This can't be hard to like the video. With just 31 people, this should be the easiest challenge of all. Like the video, thank you.
it in a more, casual, relaxed tone because, like I said, when I saw that there were some issues that were beginning to start again with the whole diaspora war, let me go and check it out. What exactly is causing this problem? And it was as if a Nigerian buying Essence First was beginning to stir up some problems in the pot. So I did my small research and saw a couple of videos, and that particular video about food, and it made me laugh, and I just decided to talk about it. But now I want to be a bit more serious and dig deep into the real matter or the real issues at hand, which are why exactly are black people fighting black people?
Okay, so she didn't dig deep. If you dug deep, why did you conclude black people want to fight black people? I don't know how that's digging deep, but that sounds more like confirmation bias. It sounds like to me all she did was watch African videos on the Diaspora War. That's it. That's her research.
Like I said, going into the entire topic with really trying to figure out what could be causing this divide. Like, what is the foundation of the problem? Why on earth is there xenophobia? If we're not talking about racism and tribalism.
Oh boy, xenophobia. So that tells you what type of research she did. Again, she just watched a lot of African videos and diaspora wars, and that's her research. She says xenophobia, whatever, confirmation bias. Look, at this point, I'm whatever you want to call me. All right, just as long as I'm not you. Just as long as you don't call me African, call me xenophobia, call me divisive, call me all those things. Just don't call me African. That's all. Real simple.
Now is like xenophobia, and both ends have their own ups and downs. The funniest part is that to me, there is no right person and wrong person. It's just two people fighting and thinking they are both right. So let's dive in and figure out what exactly is going on between these cousins.
And don't forget, these folks like swear they're just so educated. They swear they're just on another level of education. Okay, let's see what her research turns up. Again, call me xenophobic, call me divisive, call me a white supremacist, talking point stiller, call me anything but African, and we are cool.
Something's got to give. So the first thing I saw that could be a major factor to why blacks are fighting blacks is cultural disconnect, which is not far-fetched, which I feel like should be something that people, without having to even put too much thought into, should see clearly that these two groups have very different values and very different cultures. One of them is in Africa, the group. And I want to remind us, Africa is a continent, not a country. And then the next group.
Okay, why do they do that? Why do they and then now watch this. She's going to say, she's going to call herself African or she's going to call people African after she said, let me remind you guys, Africa is a continent. Now watch she go ahead and say, she's going to call somebody an African. Watch, the continent. They always do that. They try to throw a shot. Africa, we can't be Africans. That's a continent. And then she's going to shoot herself in the foot. Watch. Guarantee.
Is in America. The USA, to be specific. The USA is in North America. North America is the continent. America, that is in North America, is a country. Continent, country. Can we see how crazy that is?
Yeah, okay, again, these are subtle shots at us because Africans know that Africa is a continent and not a country. But FBAs, they don't know any better. She will contradict herself on continents. Really? Quickly watch.
There is a country fighting an entire continent, thinking that that entire continent is a country. It is not. So if we're going to be very honest, slavery does have a very big part to play in this because slavery was something that caused a very major divide when it came to, Africans and Caribbeans and...
Okay, let's see if she acknowledges that primitive people from the continent Africa sold us to the white man. Let's see if she acknowledges that or make up an excuse.
Americans, when people were separated, when people were taken away from their original...
There you go, family. They just cannot do it. We were taken away. They will say any language, taken away, stolen, kidnapped. What's the other ones? Taken away, stolen, kidnapped. And there's one more. It's taken away, stolen, kidnapped. What is the other language they use? Taken away, kidnapped, stolen. There's one more. But family, I knew it. They just cannot say it. But this Africaness Tether did her research, she claims. She can't even admit that they sold us. We were taken away. And when they say that, that's the white man. The white man took us. He took us. Okay? And he didn't buy us. Nobody sold us. Africans were minding their business. They were somewhere else. And the white man took us unbeknownst to the Africans. They took us when the Africans, turned their back.
Africans and Caribbeans and...
Oh, yeah. Captured, trafficked. Those are two things they say. They say trafficked, captured. They say everything was sold. This is wild, man. You know what? Let me write her. When she read that, she's gonna wake up crying. Yeah, she's gonna wake up crying when she read that. Like, yo, you're not fooling us. We know what happened.
Americans, when people were separated, when people were taken away from their original hometowns and shipped off to other countries to work.
Taken away and shipped off. Like, they carefully use language. They carefully use language where you don't suspect the sold part. And forget about sold, they can't even admit the raid part, RAID, because in order to get captured, taken, somebody had to do that. So they don't even believe that Africans rounded us up. The white man did everything. This is sad, man. That's why I say I like, as far as Africans, I'm good with them. Like, I'm good with Africans. Yeah, y'all gotta hold your nuts all together. Like, I'm good with Africans, man. I'm good. And I know there's some good third ones out there, riders out there, and I could rock with y'all as individuals, no problem, no problem. But as a collective, I'm calling the whole damn continent tethers, man. As a collective, the whole continent is y'all tethers. But individuals, yes, you're not going to be that. Just like the white man isn't a devil individually, but as a collective, they are. So as a collective, Africans are tethers as a collective.
Work as slaves. A group was left behind and colonized, while an entire other group was taken away and enslaved. And this has caused a very big bridge, a very big gap. So now there are different cultures and different values that have, automatically grown among the Africans and automatically grown among the freed Black Americans. Let me not use African Americans, but among the freed Black Americans. Now that cultures have changed, cultures have shifted, it is only normal for, to a certain extent, some people in America now to feel a bit disconnected, or not even feel like, not even a bit, completely disconnected from ancestral roots, seeing as they knew nothing about it. They were born in America. All they've known is America, and they have been able to come together and make something for themselves, and they are trying to protect it, which is fine. But then Africans.
Yeah, what were you guys doing in between those times? Why don't you talk about what you guys were doing for those 400 years? Go ahead. I'm all ears.
Are in their continent. It was not their fault that they're in Africa.
Wait, did she say Africans? Wait, hold. I know she ain't do that. I know she ain't make that mistake that early.
They are trying to protect it, which is fine. But then Africans.
Oh, hold on. Did you say Africans? What happened to Africa is a continent, and there are 54 countries in Africa. I told you she was going to contradict herself and say Africans. I told you. Family. Oh my God. This is why they don't call in. It doesn't make sense to try to correct us when we call you Africans, because you call yourself Africans, and you're going to contradict yourself when you say it's a continent. One more time, family. That fast, less than 1 minute, she contradicted herself and called herself after a continent, Africa.
They've known is America, and they have been able to come together and make something for themselves, and they are trying to protect it, which is fine. But then Africans are in their continent. It was not their fault that they are...
Wait. Oh, and that's not their fault. Okay, already. Okay, now look. She just said Africans after she tried to play us out. Look.
Africa is a continent, not a country. And then the next group is in America. The USA, to be specific. The USA is in North America. North America is the continent. America, that is in North America, is a country. Continent, country. Can we see how crazy that is? There is a country fighting an entire continent.
Okay, so let's go back. There's a country fighting an entire continent. I didn't know we were fighting a continent. What the hell's going on here?
One feel like, not even a bit, completely disconnected from ancestral roots, seeing as they knew nothing about it. To work as slaves. A group was left behind and colonized, while an entire other group was taken away and enslaved. And this has caused a very big bridge, a very big gap. So now there are different cultures and different values that have, automatically grown among the Africans and automatically grown among the freed Black Americans. Let me not use African Americans, but among the freed Black Americans. Now that cultures have changed, cultures have shifted.
Hey, these are some, I'm gonna be nice tonight, but family, these are some disrespectful, Africans. I'll be nice.
It is only normal for, to a certain extent, some people in America now to feel a bit disconnected, or not even feel like, not even a bit, completely disconnected from ancestral roots, seeing as they knew nothing about it. They were born in America. All they've known is America, and they have been able to come together and make something for themselves. And
don't forget the ethnogenesis.
They are trying to protect it, which is fine. But then Africans are in their continent.
Doing what?
It is not their fault that they are in Africa. It is not your fault that you are in America.
Wait, but it's your fault we're in America, though. Wait, that didn't make any sense. It's not their fault that they're in Africa. It's not our fault we're in America. You're right. It's your fault we're in America. Okay, we want to talk about that? It's your fault we're here.
Found ourselves where we have found ourselves. Some people were born in Africa. Some people were born in America. They didn't choose it. That is what life gave.
Yeah, no. That's what you guys gave. You made that happen. Without you, we wouldn't be over here. We'll be on a continent.
And those that are in Africa are living life in a certain way, certain cultures, certain values. Those in America are living a life a certain way, certain cultures and certain values. But it is very difficult to completely separate the two when people just look at us, especially from outside. Most people see is black people. So it's beginning to frustrate both cultures that they're trying to force us into one group as the same. And it's as if there is some kind of backlash from that we are not the same. I'm not saying that we should force ourselves to be the same. I'm not saying that our cultures and values are the same. They are different. And the thing is, difference can cause disagreements. That's human nature.
No, wait. We're not disagreeing with Japanese people. They're different. We're not disagreeing with Chinese people. They're different. Italians and Russians and... Wait, what's going on here? Like, what? Hey, yo, her summarization is just like tethers. Hey, family, let's get the lights up, please. Y'all coming in now. This is going to be a good one. Let's get the lights. Let's get the lights right.
Sure. So the differences are clear, and it's as if it's beginning to cause conflict instead of just appreciation. We can always have multiple people and have different values and different things to celebrate, and we just appreciate those things. Instead of that, there's conflict. So that is one foundational issue that I beginning to see when I went online that might be causing Black Americans and Africans not to really see eye to eye. Cultural values are just very different. Another thing is negative stereotype. Let's be honest. You know what? I'm going to play a video and just let that woman say it, because when I listened to her, I could see to a certain extent, the sense in what she was saying. So just watch it.
Y'all ever wonder why Africans don't really like us? Well,
all of her videos are FBA. There's way more videos of you West Africans, okay? Booty scratching all over the damn internet. So I'm not going to play this video. I'm just going to get your goofy booty scratching reaction.
In fact, what the media presents to the entire world about Africa is very laughable. And what they present is not like, it's as if they present it so much that even some Africans are beginning to doubt their own selves. Like, oh yeah, we actually have nothing. We are people of poverty and suffering, and we live in bushes, riding giraffes to go and farm gazelles in our trees. And you see stupid, ignorant questions like, how do we even get Wi-Fi? Like, are you guys kidding me? So the media has a lot of blaming to do with what they keep presenting.
Oh boy, the media. Oh boy. So Africa's a first world country now. Africa's a superpower. I get it. Yeah, y'all really believe that movie Wakanda, right? Tiger Crane Shakira said, thank you very much, FBA News and Updates, for the advance notice via the trigger warning, because goddamn, this harp's voice, accentuated by her condescending arrogance, is irritating as F. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. And all the videos be both. I mean, it's just FBA saying this, FBA saying that. And like, what is your point? Like, she's not really getting, lady, make a bullet point, please.
To people and showing people that we live as. Likewise, a lot of times what is being presented to the world for Black Americans is not necessarily always very positive. There's a lot of gang and shooting and fighting, and living your life as victims, and that is what is really being pumped to the
living your life as victims. Are you serious? Ma'am, wait, what country you from again? Probably Nigeria. Ma'am, your country has a city called Lagos. It's literally a floating slum. And these guys, they blame the colonizers for the former ones. They talk about imperialism. They talk about neo-colonialism. Like these guys got a whole bunch of excuses embedded on their tongue. We're in victimhood. No, we actually can prove. Well, first of all, we live with our oppressors. Our oppressors make all the rules. Oppressors discriminate jobs, discriminate in the bank, discriminate in housing. Like this is like they documented it themselves. The FBI got stats where it's proven that they do all these things, racial profiling. So everything that we complain about, these folks actually documented. They actually documented. We can actually point to their documentation and say, look, this is racial bias. This is racial profile. This is racial discrimination. We actually can point to things that our oppressors document. It's not even our shit. But look, do you boo? Do you boo? But speaking of complaining, we don't have a problem with Trump. Trump is your boogeyman.
world. So just so you know, ideologies can be built up from the foundation of what we constantly see. And what we constantly see, you know, what the whole world constantly sees is a stereotypical way of life for both sides, which is funny because, to be honest, like I said, I am Nigerian.
I knew it.
I have Wi-Fi. We're good.
Are you in Nigeria with Wi-Fi? Okay. Like you said, condescending. I have Wi-Fi. We're good. No, you got crazy power outages. Matter of fact, let me see if that's a rumor. If it's a rumor, I'll take it back. But I know some places in Africa got it. Yes, Nigeria experiences frequent and widespread power outages due to frequent national due to frequent national grid collapses, underinvestment in infrastructure, and a significant demand supply gap. So, ma'am, you got Wi-Fi, but you can't use it. You don't have no lights. Your power's off.
I am be built up from the foundation of what we constantly see. And what we constantly see, you know, what the whole world constantly sees is a stereotypical way of life for both sides, which is funny because, to be honest, like I said, I am Nigerian. I have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but is your power on in Nigeria? What's the point of Wi-Fi if you have no power? You can't power it up.
We're good. It's not always true. So if they want to enter bush and say that's the entire Africa, that is not the entire Africa. Africa is a large continent. So if you're someone that has decided to view an entire group of people through the lens of media, I want to just tell you that they are feeding you whatever they want to feed you. It is left for you to either do your own research and, you know,
Ma'am, we don't give a fuck what's in Nigeria. Okay? I don't know why we're even talking about that. We don't care if there's giraffes or Lamborghinis. We don't give a fuck what's in Nigeria. I think that's what's not in your head computing. We don't care about really anything outside of America. Why should we? We're focused on our issues and the direct obstacles in front of us. Does that make sense? Why are we looking at your issues or your success? We're looking at how to be successful in a country that practice systemic racism. You dig? We don't give a fuck about Nigeria at all. I can't be any more blunt than that. Stop it. We don't care if it's clean, this and that. We don't give a fuck, not one. Okay? Why are we looking at Nigeria? That one thing that we know for sure, it's not a first world, nothing, and it's not a superpower. We know that for sure. And that's all that matters to us.
gather the real information or just believe whatever media tells you. That's another reason why people are fighting. Another point is that this is coming from me as a Nigerian and African. It's easier for me to gather information from my point of view, unintentionally so, because like I said, it's just easier. But something that I have noticed or I have been able to gather from fellow Africans or Nigerians is that there's this economic competition as well, low-key. When Africans move to America, there's almost this view of you guys are coming to take away our jobs and you're coming to take away our
No. Wait. Why is all of their success points that they talk about is in America? What happened to turn that down? What happened to all that Wi-Fi that's in Nigeria? All of her success talking points, and many of these guys that hate us that's not FBA but want to cosplay. Why are all of y'all success talking points are always in America? Can you be successful? Can you talk about success in Nigeria? Can you just do that one time? Just talk about the successful business men and women in Nigeria. America taking our jobs. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Tell us about the jobs you have in Nigeria. Because I know that your GDP per capita, okay, is about 800. Yeah, they make a little more than $2 a day, okay? $800 for the whole year. Some of our weekly checks is more than what they make for the whole year. So we don't care about let's say 100,000 of y'all coming to America and making $75,000 to 150,000. So what? That's your elite. They supposed to talk to about your common people making $2 an hour. Yo, they are so happy to brag about 50,000 people. There's 43 million of us. They're so happy to brag about 80,000 people who are in America. This is their elite. This is their best of the best. Tether Black Sand in the lineage love super chat $4.99. He says Tetherland, a third world continent formerly Africa. Tetherland, any island full of tethers, avoid and avoid it all costs due to undermining culture. Exactly. Now look at this. Look what she about to say. I beat her to it. Oh, we got a handful of Nigerians that's doing well in America, and you're gonna say we're taking your jobs, but these Nigerians, they can't take your. I'm gonna say it for her. They can't take your jobs because they're doctors, they're in tech. That's not your jobs. You guys are not doctors. You guys are not in tech. Go ahead.
There's almost this view of you guys are coming to take away our
And brag about a handful of Nigerians.
Jobs and you're coming to take away our things. And I've literally heard a woman talk about we trying to destiny swap online. Are you joking?
No.
I just want to tell you guys that Africans will go anywhere they will do well. It's not just America. You will find Africans everywhere. I think the only place.
Oh, so now we're back to Africans. No, let's talk about Nigerians. Let's talk about you are everywhere, but let's talk about you are unwanted everywhere as well. You're not embraced like we would be. If we went to these third world countries, and there's a lot of us in Hawaii, a lot of us are in Japan, a lot of us are in certain countries in Africa. You don't see people get these Americans out of here. Why do people want you out of their countries?
Will not find an African, especially if he's Nigeria. An Igbo man is probably the Antarctica, and if you search well, you might too. I will not be surprised if you look very well. I'm joking, but I'm just trying to say that you will find them anywhere that they can do well. In fact, I'm pretty sure Nigerians will have flooded China since if they could speak Mandarin well. They'll be there. So it's not about
Why don't you just stay home? Why are you flooding everywhere? Yes, SLLE44 said 50% of Nigerians don't even go to school. Like, stop. That's not a priority over there. Look at his face right here. That says it all. Yeah, this woman is sick. To my competition. Really? I'm in fabulous voice. There's no competition. What are you talking about? There is Fabulous featuring Nicki Minaj for the money. There is no competition. What are you talking about? There's no competition. You wish.
Trying to now become you, or trying to come and take over the culture in America. America has
Ma'am, that's not our arguments. I don't know what you didn't research, what tether website you went to, but that's not our arguments with you guys. We want you guys just to go home. That's all. Like every other country. And fix up your country. That's all. We want to see Nigeria great for the first time. We can't even say again. We want to see Nigeria great for the first time.
presented itself as a land of opportunity, land of the free, things like that. So obviously, all sorts of people are going to end up in America.
Oh no. These dudettes, they are sick. They justify cosplaying, they justify their hatred and envy. Oh, it's the land of the free, so of course we gonna come. Oh, we gonna go. Shut up. Look at his face. Of course we're gonna come. No, ma'am. You want to embrace and experience our constitutional rights that your homeland cannot afford you. Okay, you want to experience a free market. You want to experience the government, you want to experience our government over yours. You want to live next to the white man, and you want to experience Foundation Black American, so you can perfectly cosplay us. Don't make me show that video, old boy, teaching you guys how to cosplay as us. I will play that video. What are you doing? Don't go by it. Don't go by it, man.
Including Africans. And the Africans that are going there because, genuinely speaking, they just want a better life. I can promise you the average African is not going and thinking, I'm moving out of Nigeria because I want to go to America and take over the culture of Black Americans.
Why don't you think, let me stay in Nigeria with all your talents and help it become great for the first time? Why are you guys taking your talents out of Nigeria and helping other countries become greater? Why? That's suicide. That makes no sense. That's called brain drain. Family, listen. Listen. A country's brain drain is the phenomenon of its highly skilled and educated population immigrating to another country, seeking better professional opportunities, higher salaries, and improving living conditions. This loss of human capital can significantly impact the originating country as it depletes the local talent pool, while the destination country benefits from an influx of skilled individuals. So these Nigerians they brag about, they are the highly skilled of them. Like you thought I was lying? I said these are their elite coming over here. So of course they're gonna get employment and be a doctor. This is their best of the best. And the best they can do is just be a doctor, could be a worker, whatever. But this their highly skilled and highly educated population immigrating to another country. So of course they're projected to do well. This your best of the best. Can you imagine our best of the best going to Nigeria? That should be a first world superpower. But you're leaving, your best is leaving, and it significantly impact the originating country. It depletes the local talent pool. So family, this is why their country have a bunch of degenerates running it, a bunch of scammers, because the talent pool left. The talent pool is not there to run the country correctly, to righteously guide it. Okay? Their talent pool abandoned the country's goal, which is to be great. They left, and they're using their resources and wittiness to help the UK, Canada, China, America, and whoever else. That's what's good. That's called a brain drain, family. Put that in your memory bank. That's called a brain drain. So when they brag about these Nigerians being great, hey, stop it. These are your best of the best of the best. And they're not even doing nothing like crazy. Like they doing average shit. Doctors and tech guys. Okay. What's so crazy about that? While your country is stuck with the degenerates trying to run it. And of course, you get scammers with degenerates running a country. But we don't have, you could talk about Bloods and Crips all you want. We don't have Bloods and Crips running our politics. That's what you stand for sure don't have. In the office of mayors and judges, we don't have Bloods and Crips in those positions. Our degenerates are in degenerate positions, which they should. That's where they're supposed to be. Our degenerates don't ascend to run the country like Haiti. Haiti, their degenerates are running the country right now. Okay, my screen froze. Hold on. Yeah, Haiti's degenerates are running the country. We don't know anything about that. That's like impossible to do over here. Degenerates, our degenerates, FBA degenerates, Bloods and Crips running the whack 100 as a damn mayor or something. Like, stop it.
No, matter of fact, it's actually quite the contrary. Black Americans have a very, very big influence on the African culture. Like for us, we just a typical African Nigerian. When I'm watching TV and I see a Black American, it's like, wow, look at this guy. He was opportune to be born in America. Like seriously speaking, that's how the child looks at it. He's privileged to be born in America, and he's so cool. He's doing all these things, and you go to your room and you want to try like rapping, and you're just enjoying the culture. It was not more, it was
Why?
not, no one was looking at it as, look at this group of people. They don't know who they are. I think I'm better than them. And I have to find a way to.
Of course you don't think like that. Now, you pretend like that around us. Just like an ugly man pretending to be handsome for clout. Okay, of course, no, we really don't believe you believe that. But that's how you guys would try to act around white people. That's the problem.
To leave my country, to go to their country so that I can become them or I can take over what they have. Like that is the last thing on an average African's mind. I feel like learning to appreciate each other's like cultures or
that's not happening. You can forget about that. That's definitely not happening. And you'll see. I dare one of y'all try to befriend me.
Differences actually makes things beautiful. You're able to collab. I even love it when I see African or Nigerian musicians go out and collaborate with American musicians, and something amazing is brought out of it. Instead of this mindset of, oh, they want to come and collect all our jobs, they want to come and no, they are trying to survive. We are trying to survive. That's it. Like that.
So what's wrong with surviving in Nigeria? What's so hard about that?
That's it. So this economic divide is crazy to me. So at the end of the day, to be very honest, I feel like both sides, some certain people just feel really disrespected. There's this perceived lack of respect on both ends. This group feels like, you guys are coming and disrespecting our culture. You're here. Why are you here? Go back to Africa.
Yeah.
You come here and you're taking things away from us. You think you're better than us. You're forcing us to try jollof.
No. We say you're coming over here disrespecting us. You're talking to us like we're below you. Like we're not foundational to this country. Like we didn't build this country. Like you're not here because of our fights. That's what's disrespectful. Like, yo, I know this tether ain't stomping her feet. Like, this ain't my house. Like, I didn't lay brick for brick. Like, what's up with? What's up with her?
Fries and fufu. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. Nobody's taking anything away from you. Nobody wants all that. If you are meeting horrible people that are making life hard for you, that person is a horrible person. It does not mean the entire demographic of an entire continent. I'm sorry, I got emotional there because the next time I hear Africa is a country, nothing's going to happen. It's just
nobody said Africa was a country, you filthy tether.
Tiring. But for you to think an entire continent, is
Yeah,
out to
I'm
get.
so glad they make these videos, and I'm so glad I share them over. I'm gonna keep sharing these Africans, these musty Africans. I'm gonna keep showing them over and over and over to keep reminding y'all. And go ahead if you want to. That's on you. But this is what you're. No matter how much they smile and go to lunch with you, this is how they really believe. This is how they really feel.
Get you. Come on now. They are not. And then for the other point of view, it's like Africans do need to sometimes remember to empathize and look at the fact that I am I am now in this person's country and I would love to appreciate what they have and what's going on with them, that kind of thing. But can I be sincere? We are different. If we do not necessarily like some of the differences, it's okay to still respect it. There's no need to hate an entire group of people because you don't necessarily understand.
Now, she claimed to be learning. Look at this. She claimed to be learning. This video was supposed to be learning what's causing the diaspora war, but the entire video was about us. Like, everything's about us being the ones who are causing the diaspora war. She never showed anything with Africans starting or causing it. It was all about trying to demonize us.
And or see things from their point of view. The fact remains that the differences come from a place of we are living two different realities. I personally think anyone that is trying to feel hate, you are insane and you're jobless because there's no need to hate. You don't need to.
Jobless. The fuck? Yeah, one of them come over here and get a job or two, and they start to act like they reflect the whole country. Ma'am, your country is struggling. I'm gonna choose nice words.
To agree with me, it just doesn't make any sense why you would hate an entire demographic of people. Because
we hate y'all now. We don't care nothing about y'all. We're only talking about y'all because y'all came over here disrespectful. That's all.
They are not your people.
At all.
As for me and my house, I am not interested in war. I appreciate a lot of things. There are a lot of things that the African American community have put out there that we love, we will celebrate, and I feel like it should be celebrated all around. The fact that there was a movement that was about to start, like, do not patronize any African business
Oh, no, that's not a movement. That's not a movement. That's a lifestyle for me. That's no movement over here.
Organization or whatever was hilarious to me. Like, it's now turning into xenophobia. Like, did you take a course from South Africa or something? Which is another topic we can talk about later on. But really, you can have disagreements. It doesn't have to turn into hate. It doesn't. Friendly banter can be a thing. Friendly disagreements.
Yeah, that strong masculine accent is just killing me, yo. That strong manly accent, that voice, that strong Adam's apple, whatever you got on there that's making you talk so deep. Like I just can't. I just can't, man.
Example, Nigeria and Ghana. Forget we fight a lot. Genuinely speaking, I feel like
Nigeria. Oh, you're fighting with somebody else? God damn. All these fights, at some point, you gotta look inward. Ward. You gotta look inward at some point. All these fights you into. At some point, you would think intelligence would guide you to look inward.
And Ghanaians do have some kind of we love each other at the end of the day kind of thing. Like, genuinely speaking.
I can't tell from the videos I've seen. It ain't look like love to me. If that's love, shit, man, you don't want to see hate from them.
Really love Ghanaians, but is like play fights, like sibling rivalry. If people are going to have disagreement among the same race, let it be sibling rivalry.
That's not how they were talking about it.
If not, carry your bad belly and go somewhere else. If you don't understand what bad belly is, it means just carry your negative energy and put it somewhere else.
Nah, we don't want to learn that language. That Pig Latin you got. I'm good. I didn't want to learn Pig Latin when I was young. And I don't want to learn Pig Latin when I'm older. Keep that Pig Latin to yourself.
But at the end of the day, like I said, all love here. I really hope that we get to a point where Africans and Black Americans can just vibe, which I know a lot of us do. A lot of us. There are a lot of Africans and Black Americans that are vibing. So
What
the rest of you
community
that
is
have a
that?
problem, get with the program. Okay? Okay, thank you guys for watching till
Now,
the
by
very
the way, this video went nowhere. This shit went double wood. Okay? Her likes was terrible. Her total views was terrible. Everything about this video did not hit. It was trash, by the way, if y'all want to know. Okay. What's this about right here? Let's see what this is about.
Just Afro house in general, South African house music, of course West African music, but Amapiano it's got me in a chokehold right now. I just gotta say. So I realize that Amapiano is growing when, like, 'cause I'm from Alabama.
Amapiano is, the baby, like, so the ghetto, like that one.
While you were talking, I thought about something. You were talking about how Amapiano kind of was born, in
Describe it, generally, it's like we want to reclaim our identity,
Right.
in a sense where, okay, anything that was related to colonization of the French or like the European, now we want to take accountability for ourselves and basically be more independent in all aspects, economically, culturally and politically, everything. So basically being yourself and saying like, okay, I'm a grown person, I can, we don't need help of, foreigners, we can do everything by ourselves with the resources that we have. And it joins, like you say, with Mali and Niger. Both those three countries, they created this thing called IES in French, and it's basically like what I feel like is the future of Africa, being united, using our resources on our own, doing everything on our own without, the need of foreign countries or whatever helping us out. And yeah, we hope it's gonna keep growing like that, in that sense. And for us Africans to not just three countries but all of Africa to be united one way or for another. It's true that there is diversity.
Hey, I was thinking like maybe I got to send this PDF to somebody because I have, as you can see, I do have Microsoft Word. Okay, but I chose the online version, so I do have Microsoft Word. Okay, but this is the online. This is the online version. I didn't want to download the app because my laptop is already crashing as it is. I don't have no space. But I think I gotta send somebody this PDF. Well, I can't make a PDF. Can I do the format gets destroyed? So maybe I gotta send one of you guys a PDF of this, and not PDF. I got copy this and send it to you. You put it on Microsoft Word for your computer. If you're good at computers, you're good at Microsoft Office. You put on Microsoft Word and make a PDF. Then send that back to me, and if the format is off, I could tell you like how to fix it. I could tell you when to add a page break, when to, you I could guide you. Or if you guys got Zoom, it's even better. Like we could do it in real time. I think that's gonna be easier. All right. Anyway, somebody asked me a great question. They said, hey man, okay, I got you. They said I'm biased. You said Haitians are Haitians, Jamaicans are Jamaicans. Fuck. Jamaicans are Jamaicans, Nigerians are Nigerians, and FBAs are FBAs. But they said, what about the Brits that are of African DNA? What about the Scottish? What are they? And for the first time, I didn't have an answer. Like, I don't know. I had no answer. Like, I said, I don't know. So I don't like to be in that state. So I said, let me know. You dig? Let me know. So we got this. I like to ask rhetorical questions to get an honest answer back. I don't try to guide AI, even though you can't. All right. Anyway, it says, it says, or I asked, are people named after their ancestry, continent, country, tribe, ethnicity, or DNA? And I said, of course, I said, or all. It said the answer is sometimes all of the above, but never just one. It depends on who controls the narrative. Who controls the narrative, family? That's what trademarking is for. Hold on. Hold on. It said it depends who controls the narrative. This is why they're mad at Trick Nasheed. Okay? Because when he trademarked FBA, he controlled the narrative. Okay. Look at this. So before I go where I was going, why trademarking FBA? Now this is part of the PDF family. Why trademarking FBA was a strategic and brilliant move. Tariq Nasheed's decision to trademark Foundation Black American FBA was not only legal, but also politically and culturally smart. Here's why. By trademarking FBA, Tariq can prevent outsiders from co-opting the term or refining it. In other words, controlling the narrative. Establish clear parameters for how the term is used and who it applies to, controlling the narrative. Deter unauthorized individuals or groups from commercializing the identity. Control the narrative. Okay. This helped maintain integrity over the movement and insulates it from dilution, confusion, or hijacking, which Pan-African ADOS, other rival camp, well, not ADOS, but Pan-Africanists. Okay. By positioning it as a replacement for Black or African American. Okay. So that's called control narrative. This is smart. This is literally controlling the narrative. Okay. That's why it's smart to trademark. What else we got here? Okay, cool. Yeah. They don't like that. They don't like that he was able to control the narrative. So let's go back to here. So you're named after something. It depends. Who controls the narrative? Where the people are and what was erased or preserved. Okay, watch this. Here's a breakdown. Type of identifier. Ancestry. Descendant of, this is an example. Descendant of the Gauls, Europeans, genealogists, when their lineage, when there's lineage documentation. Continent. African and Asian. Often used externally. Broad labels use the exact origins or erased or unknown. Are erased or unknown. Country. Nigerian, Jamaican, Brazilian. Nation state. Nation state citizens. That's who used that term. Modern identities tied to borders. Why is used, when it's used. Tribe ethnicity. We got Yoruba, Zulu, Igbo, Cherokee. Is used when lineage is intact. Why, when is used. Strong cultural linguistic identity. Type identifier, DNA. I'm 40% African. Americans via 23andMe, etc. That's who use it. Americans. Used to fill in the gaps caused by disconnection from tribe identity. So who uses this stuff? DNA. That's us. That's some smart stuff to do. So Black Americans are the only group whose identity had to be rebuilt from ashes of erasure. Watch this. If Black is used as a proper noun, if Black is, sorry about coughing the microphone, but it comes unannounced, the cough. If Black is used as a proper noun to identify Black Americans, then what did African, now here's the question they gave me that I didn't know the answer to. So let me find out. What did African descended people in places like Brazil, Britain, Canada, or the Caribbean call themselves before Black? Okay, I didn't know this. I learned something. That's from certain questions, family. You shouldn't be afraid to call in because I think it was actually Carlos Dennis who asked that question, and he kind of stumped me like, yeah, I don't know what they call themselves in Britain, Canada, and places like that. Like, what do they call us? The Scottish. What do they call themselves? So I learned something. So they are Negro is widely used in Negro is widely used in the U.S., Britain, Canada. Okay, Negro, colored, South Africa, especially under segregation, British colonies, mulatto, quadroon, octoroon, racial state identifiers in the Americas, Ethiopian, sometimes used by Pan-Africanists in the 1800s, native or tribal names where cultural identity was intact, Yoruba, Akan, Maroon. In the UK and in the Caribbean and UK, in Jamaica, Barbados, etc., terms like Negro colored were commonly used during colonial periods. I didn't know that, but it made kind of sense that Marcus Garvey identified his organization as the Universal Negro, Negro, Negro. So, and then I heard him call like Jamaicans like lazy Negroes, things like that. So I'm like, all right, Garvey's using that language, kind of like he brought that from Jamaica. He used it like us. So it turns out like slave masters was calling all of us Negroes in diaspora, and then colored were commonly used during colonial periods. In the UK, many Caribbean migrants simply use West Indian or Negro until the rise of Black British. Okay, here we go. Look at the date, family. The Black British comes about 1970s and 1980s. Black as an identity wasn't widely embraced globally until the Black Power movement in the US, which helped spark pride in the term. Why Black American became the default ethnic identity? Because the original tribal identity was erased. Black Americans couldn't say I am Makan or I am Wolof. That was stolen. Unlike Nigerians or Jamaicans, they had no African language, flag, tribe, or homeland to return to. Because American was the only land they knew, born here, built here, bled here, because Black was a political and cultural identity reclaimed in the 1960s. This is before the 70s and 80s by Black power leaders. It became a source of pride. Say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. It centered a shared history of survival, resistance, and nation building. Okay, because African American was a compromise, not a choice. Jesse, see, there we go. There we go. I almost missed that. Need my glasses. I'm in denial. I'm in so much of a denial. I'd rather just botch words, can't read them, than to get these glasses out. I'm so much in denial. Listen, because African American was a compromise, not a choice. Jesse Jackson popularized the term in the 1980s, but many felt it's inaccurate, vague, and geographical unhelpful. Africa is a continent, not a country. That's what she said. FBA laws is now a way to reclaim that specific identity from generic or imposed labels. Final thoughts: naming is political and power. Europeans name their countries after tribes, e.g., France, land of the Franks, England, land of the Angels, or Angles, Anglo-Saxon, I guess. Africans name their children after events, ancestors, or spiritual meanings. Black Americans have their names, languages, and ethnic markers stripped. So what they create in return, Black, FBA, ALs, Negro, etc., are survival identities built from the ruins of forced erasure. So when someone says, but you're African, remind them, Africa didn't claim me. Africa exploited me. So we force a new name from fire, chains, and survival, and that name is Black American. Don't forget the F, foundational. Yeah. Okay, so right here, I want to just point this out from this document. Conclusion. Black Americans created a new identity category. We are 100% correct to say, listen, we are 100% correct to say Black as a primary ethnic label is a Black American invention. Okay, and let's go.
It's true, but at the end of the day, we all share the same thing in common. You know, when you're here in Houston and you party or you go to an event, you can even think that we're coming from the same country.
Yeah.
It's true that sometimes, like when people say like, "Oh, you're from Africa," they might think Africa is a country.
Yeah.
It's true that it's something
blurred somewhere.
That is like, okay, you need to know that there's different countries, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense, because we're supposed to be one, If you look deep into it.
Before the borders were placed there, like if we're removing colonial influence,
exactly,
let's remove it.
You remove that because, like, for me, my tribe, I'm Mosi from Burkina Faso, and my tribe, you can find that tribe in 4 countries or 5. You can find it in Ghana, in Burkina Faso, one part of Benin, I think, and Togo, something like that. We are in 4 or 5 different countries. I think the same with you when you stated that Zimbabwe, and all that. So it's the border that really kind of came, and they're like, okay, you from, I could have been, from Ghana if they put the border differently, So it's all about, like I say, like reclaiming our identity, and how to reclaim that is to knowing yourself, knowing your history, like in the music is really like for me, it plays a huge part, in reclaiming that identity, because music connects easily with everybody,
And, thinking about how the music connects us, even what we talked about, like how house music in South Africa was born in the same conditions as house music was born in America. It's like there's always been that connection, but there's really a deeper connection. There's even a political connection, because what you're really talking about of what Burkina Faso's president is trying to do now is make real our founding fathers' Pan-African aspirations. It's taken so many decades for there to be enough removal of colonial clutches for us to actually do that. So that's kind of where we're trying to go. And a lot of the leaders from those early eras of liberation and of the countries were like either educated somewhere in the West, interacted with intellectuals here in the States, studied abroad. So there's always been that kind of exchange of ideas and that unification of us as a people to like really get the big jobs done. So in talking about this whole idea of like the diaspora, African Americans, Africans that have moved abroad but stay connected to the back home, send money back home, build institutions back home. I think it's safe to say that is going to be needed and more, even more than it already is. I feel like it's going to be needed for us to like get where we're trying to go. And I know with you being from Tanzania, how do you pronounce it? Is it Tanzania or is it Tanzania?
People pronounce it very different, but it's Tanzania.
Tanzania, okay.
Yeah. Some say Tanzania.
Because I'm thinking Tanzania. Tanzania. So yeah, okay. So with you being from Tanzania, there's something special going on there, kind of similar to Ghana and this whole idea of the year of return, beyond the return. But it's a large expat community of African Americans in Tanzania, actually. So like, can you kind of educate us on that a little bit? What is your awareness of it? What have you seen be the impact of that? Is everybody getting along? Just talk to us a little bit about that and the importance of how you feel it will lock into where we're going to go together.
I did not know that there's like a lot of majority of African Americans in Tanzania. I just always assumed that they had some kind of origin there, maybe parents or family. But like so far, I feel like also we have like very good like tourist places like Zanzibar. It's very famous. Everybody wants to visit Zanzibar. So it made Tanzania very, very famous. Even though they're trying to cut us off a little bit. But like we're trying to stay with us because they're bringing so many people to like our country and all these like income resources. The economy is better with them. That's what I believe. And so I believe that's why a lot of African Americans or even like people from different places love to visit Tanzania. Also like the food. I personally love Tanzanian food. I feel like the food is amazing, very natural, like it tastes. Yeah.
My fault, family. It's kind of boring, but I had to finish. My son got up. I had to get him back in bed. All right. So let's get back to the PDF. He was called for my attention. Okay, so I wanted to read this. So we are 100% correct to say Black as a primary ethnic label is a Black American invention. So when I say we're Black, and we're not Black like other folks. Watch this. Others were described as Black, but didn't choose it as a central identity. Only Black Americans organized politically, culturally, and nationally around the term Black. It was not a nickname for their national. This is the hour. So glad I'm looking over it. It is not a nickname for our nationality. It was the nationality. That's what I mean, family. It's not hard to receive this. All right. That's why I know I'm right. I'm not tripping. I know I'm right. And nobody's gonna act like I'm wrong. I know I'm right. Okay, so let me go here. Let me go here. Nah, not yet. Let me finish up on this one. Let's see where this one goes. Because I was playing this one earlier. Let's see where this is going. They seem pretty honest.
From the Dominican Republic, right? But yet they will fall under that umbrella term of Black. So I always just found that so
See, no, again, family, I can't stress it enough. We just read it. Okay, let's go back again. We just read it. Don't let them make you confused. Black as a Black as a primary ethnic label is a Black American invention. Okay? So if you're calling yourself Black and you're not describing your melanin expression through your skin, you got that from us. That's why when we read about the Brits, the Black Brits, they called themselves Black after us. Okay? Others were described as Black, but didn't choose it as a central identity. Only Black Americans organized politically, culturally, and drink it, man. It's water. Go drink it. Why you give it to me? Go back over there. Okay. Only Black Americans organized politically, culturally, and nationally around the term Black. It was not a nickname for our nationality. We don't say Black Brit. No. We use it. We don't even need to say Black American. We could just say foundational Black. But we don't, because Black already, when you say Black, it's only for Black Americans. You feel me? Only for people in America. So the term Black was invented. See this word invention? It was invented in America. So this was the word Black as a primary ethnic label was invented in America. So we don't even got to add American to it. This is common sense. Well, if we call yourself Black as a nationality, ethnicity, that was already done in America. So we could just say foundational Black man, foundational Black woman. But we throwing that stank on there. We throwing that American on there to further substantiate, further lay claim, further stamp our foot in this soil. That's called the United States of America. So we're going to leave that out. We're going to make sure that's there for further emphasis. Okay? That's called putting a stank on it. You dig? Yeah, I know how to say that. All right, let's go on. If you ain't like the video yet, like the video. Please like the video. Let's get the likes up. Let's go.
Interesting when you're bubbling and it's like you never ask for any sort of clarification.
Yeah.
Because we're putting immigrants under that umbrella.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, is that...
Yeah.
We're just going to lump everybody together and not specify. Yeah, I agree with that. And if somebody rewinded the tape and saw what I identified myself as, I normally say Black American descendant of slaves because I like the specificity of who I am, right? Because we can both say we're African American.
Right.
I don't like that term. That's just me. I just say Black American because I've never even set foot in Africa. I'm not connected to Africa at all. Like nothing.
Right,
There's
of course.
nothing.
Makes
like,
sense.
What? However many generations back for the last 300 years, none of my family has ever set foot in Africa. And so I think that's why I normally go with the term Black American.
Right.
Because I think of African American as you know, like Mexican American. You're from that area in the world and you came here. So yeah. But so I like the specificity, and I think most Black Americans, I can't speak for all Black Americans, but I feel like we're kind of making that trend. And there's been a whole host of what Black Americans call themselves. I think like before, like Negro, that was a term that Black people would call themselves, is perfectly fine. Now that's out of fashion.
Right.
Don't come up to me calling me a Negro. I'm gonna be like, girl.
It's a borderline of a slur. It's kind of like you're trying to say the slur.
Yeah, but you didn't quite make it there.
You were close.
Close. Too close.
For
Get away
comfort.
from me.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then African American was in fashion, but then people were kind of like, okay, white people are coming up to me and calling me, well, you're African American, but why do I have to be African American? Like I've never even been associated with Africa for a very, very long time. So why can't I just be identified by my race? Because you're a white American. Why can't I be a
Black American?
You know what I mean? They didn't call them European Americans. They called them white Americans, but
Right.
we're African Americans. So it's like that debate there.
Yep.
But yeah, so being who I am and, you know, living the life that I live, on my For You page, they said For You. And they were showing me videos of these Black British people talking crap. Crap.
Yeah.
Literally, dookie, out of your mouth. Yeah. And basically, I've heard these things on and on and on. Like it comes up so often, just like, even when I was a child, like they would always say this stuff. And it's always like, oh, Black Americans, like there's a few things. One of the main ones is Black Americans don't know where they come from. And that's weird for some reason. Like it would be like either I've seen people from the Caribbean say this to Black Americans, and we're looking at them like the Spider-Man meme, because you guys come from slavery too. So So I remember seeing, you know, certain people from the Caribbean going, hey, I'm Jamaican. I know where I come from. Where do you come from? And then we're looking at them like we're from America.
Right.
Because of the same reason why you're from Jamaica. What's not clicking?
Yep.
And then the same thing with British Black people saying a similar thing, like either they're from the Caribbean or they're from Africa, a certain country in Africa. And they'll say, we know where our roots are. Why don't you know where your roots are? Where do you come from? And we're like, America, because we built our lives here. We have a culture here. We don't know anything else but America.
Do you know what this makes me think of?
What?
Why isn't that question asked of white Americans?
It's never.
Do you realize that, or I guess the general do you realize that the only people who are originally from America are Native Americans?
Yep.
Any other person that is not a Native American or is not a descendant of a Native American should be being asked the same question.
Yep.
Because if you were to go to, I don't know, let's just say a random white person on the street and be like, where are you from? They're going to say the same thing as if you went to a Black American. Oh, I'm from Chicago.
Yeah.
Right? And then it's like, if you get which question that I hate, where are you really from?
Really actually
right?
from.
They can go and be like, okay, well, my great, whatever many greats immigrated here from Europe.
Yeah.
Can that not be the same thing of a Black American who is a descendant of slaves?
Yeah.
You can say, well, I was a descendant of slaves, which means that my ancestors were taken from their rightful place where they were living and forced to be here.
Yeah. Huh?
Right?
Yes.
So I feel like that's the part that always gets me with these conversations, because you have shown me these videos, is the fact that question could be asked of anybody who's here.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Yeah.
Except the Native American, right?
Yeah. And then they want to make it like they there's something wrong with us.
It's a gotcha moment.
It's like a gotcha moment, but we don't understand because, girl, especially the Caribbean people, I don't understand.
Yeah. I actually have not seen any of that discourse. I've only seen British Black people.
Yeah, no, there's this like really popular streamer and he was saying the same thing, like a similar thing of that vibe, because he's Caribbean ethnically, but I guess he's living in America, and he was essentially like, you guys don't know where you come from, but I know where I come from. I come from the Caribbean. You know, and then same thing with like the British people, like, okay, you're literally from that country, that's fine. But in Britain, Black people are immigrants there. Like, Black people did not build that country.
Yeah.
Black people have not been there in mass numbers for centuries.
Right.
That's not the same as in America.
But also, at the same time, a lot of these Black British people are ending up going to a lot of these places because of colonialization.
Preach! She said it correctly.
Preach! You know? Because if I think of specifically Nigeria, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to explain some Nigerian history, and let me know if you do know it, and I'm just like, you know. But I believe the year 1960, I think it was October 1st, 1960, that was when Great Britain said to Nigeria, we're going to give you your independence, right? Nigeria was previously colonized by Great Britain. And there is a book by Chimamanda Achebe, which I think is like something
Things Fall Apart? Is it that
I think
one?
maybe Things Fall or Half of a Yellow Sun.
Yeah.
Something like that, where they touch on it. But it's what I'm trying to get at is the Biafran War happened maybe 6 or so years later, which caused a lot of like upheaval in Nigeria because of the influence of Great Britain. But because of the influence of Great Britain bringing in English language and the culture of Great Britain, I feel like that kind of started that connection between Nigeria and London. So you have a lot of Nigerians who immigrate between them just because of that initial influence. But at the same time, a lot of these issues and the reason why you have all this is because of colonialization. That's what's causing the issue. And I feel like that can also be tied to here. A lot of these Black Americans, the reason why they're here and the reason why they supposedly don't know their culture is because of colonialization.
Yeah.
And the influence of these white people, a lot of these white people, their ancestors having these savior complexes, not even necessarily a savior complex, they just wanted free labor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So to me, I feel like that, I forgot what my initial point was, but I feel like that was what the biggest issue is.
Yeah.
Is that hand influence, that claw that came in to pick you up and move you somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right?
Cause those issues.
Right.
And yeah, that's a good point, because a lot of people, why are you living in Britain? You know where you're from. Why aren't you living in your home country? Because Britain or another European country came to your homeland and screwed things up.
Right. Like 1960 to 2024 is not
a lot of
long
time. Not a lot of time at all.
Yeah.
And I was seeing, you see all these memories popping up of things that pissed me off. So there's this one guy, I believe he's Nigerian. I think he's an ex-football player. And he had this series on YouTube, basically where it's like talk to a Black man, and it was like
I know who you're talking about.
Right, I forgot his name.
I feel like I know who you're talking about, and I don't like him.
I don't like him either.
I don't like him.
Look at us bonding over hate.
Okay, this is the thing too that I'm gonna let you continue, but it's stuff like this sometimes. I think it's the same thing with the Black British people, how they look at Black Americans, and then also how we're having a commentary of like Black British people or this African man. I hate sometimes where it's like the loud minority is making a bad impression on the majority, because I don't know if this guy is from Nigeria or if he's someone similar to me who is Nigerian but raised in America. him being so loud and so wrong is making someone like me look bad.
Yeah.
Someone like me who's willing to sit down and like, there have been conversations that we've had where I've said stuff that is like left field and out of pocket. Like, I don't know if you remember, but we had a conversation about chitlins. And I made like a out of pocket comment about it. And I like took a moment. I'm like, hey, that was out of pocket. I am so sorry. And I feel like there are other people who are like that, who are willing to sit down and have those conversations and learn and correct themselves when they're wrong. But again, that is the silent majority.
Yeah.
And so anyway, continue with this man who I can't remember his name, which is good.
Yeah,
he doesn't need to be platformed.
But essentially, so he had that series, right, where it was like Talk to a Black Man. And like, for example, on this, there was, I think this was closer to BLM time. So that tensions were through the
higher,
roof.
yeah.
He sat down with police officers and was like, talk to me as a Black man about racial relations in America. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a place.
There's a time and a place. And
you're in the wrong place and time.
I don't think there's ever going to be a time where it's appropriate to sit down with police officers and ask them.
Especially when you don't identify with the struggle that Black Americans go through when it comes to the police.
Or claiming that you don't, right?
Especially.
Right?
Yeah, he goes out of his way to claim that.
I think the issue is not necessarily the relation, it's claiming that you don't. Because again, visibly, there's nothing different between us.
Yeah.
With me and a Black British person, if we're sitting side by side and we don't utter a word, nobody will be able to tell because racism.
Yep.
Nobody will be able to tell where each one of us is from.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
And if we want to even take it a step farther, because there's a lot of cultural influence when it comes to clothing, put us in the exact same outfit.
Yep.
And if you put us in the exact same outfit, you're probably more likely going to get people to say that we're twins because of racism. You know what I mean? So when it comes to people like that Black man who is claiming that the situation doesn't pertain to him, if it's dark outside, you're running in a hoodie, you are a perpetrator, even if you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Because you were a Black man.
Yeah.
And that's the stuff that gets me so angry sometimes, is assuming that a lot of these problems don't apply to us.
Yes.
I cannot relate to the struggle of people claiming that I don't have culture or I don't know where I come from. But even still, because I look like a Black American, I sound like an American, people are going to put those situations on me and treat me a specific way because they're making assumptions based off the way I look. The amount of times in history classes growing up, because I'm from Arizona, a predominantly white place, predominantly white state, and they go and talk about slavery and the room just turns and looks at me.
They look at you.
And I have to go, I'm not a descendant of slaves.
And then they go,
my dad moved here. This is so funny. I'm going to say my dad moved here 30 years ago. I've been saying my dad has moved here 30 years ago since I was in high school. So at this point, it's longer than 30 years. But regardless, the point stays the same, right? This is not my story.
Yeah.
But at the same time, because I look and I sound like this is my story, you're putting the story on me. And the only way that you're going to know it's not my story, because you, again, the general you is you're racist, is if I tell you.
Yeah.
So again, these whole conversations with like Black British people, Africans or African Americans who are saying that Black Americans, like, what is your struggle? You have no culture. It's like, if someone's to look at you, they're going to assume the same, they're going to throw the same rhetoric at you.
Yeah.
And then
so it's like, why is it coming from you?
Right?
Yeah. And like, just to further on the point of that man, he really got in an interview with a Black American. He was on a podcast, 2 Black Americans actually. And he essentially said that he feels like he's the perfect person to do that Talk to a Black Man series, because he feels like Black Americans are too close to the subject of like racism because we're Black Americans, and that he's so far from it because he's a Nigerian American. And then people were like, didn't y'all just get out of colonialism like 2 seconds? He was trying to say that Nigerian people do not have any wounds when it comes to racism or anything like that, and so that he's good. Yeah.
My
and of
dad
course
my father was born before. Wait, not let me think before I say something.
What year?
My dad was born before Nigeria had its independence.
Yeah.
He was a child.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
My mom was born around the time of the beginning of the Biafran War.
Oh my God.
There are people that is literally, it's one generation above me. Yeah. There's people who are still alive, who are not old. They're still young, who were alive before Nigeria had their independence. What do you mean that there's no scars from colonialism? What does that even mean?
You see? And so that's why
that blows me.
It's like with friends like these, who needs enemies? It's like that vibe. Like, okay, you're trying to be an op to the Black American community because you feel like you're better than us. Like that's the baseline and that's like the energy I get whenever I see these videos where, you know, there's a whole host of them, different cases, but I always get the sense where they're like trying to act like they're better or somehow superior than Black Americans for whatever reason, right? Maybe it's the fact that they came here and their family made it and they're looking at us like, oh, what happened to you? Or, you know, the aspect of being like, I know where I'm from, you don't, right? And I don't know where it stems from. I've been seeing some communication in the Black community, TikTok, whatever, my For You page. It's really for me. Where, you know, Black Americans have kind of looked back and been like, are you guys jealous of us? Are you jealous? Because when you really think about it, like Black Americans, we really hold a lot of culture. Like in America, a lot of the culture, especially like if you think of like Hollywood and stuff like that, all of the minstrel shows. Have you heard of minstrelsy? Oh, we about to get into some education. You've heard of blackface.
Yes.
So the first like introduction of American performing arts, like the baseline to before film. You know what I mean? Before film was even a thing, there used to be minstrelsy and vaudeville shows.
Okay.
And it was essentially white people dressing up as Black people and making fun of them. That's the whole premise. And they would tour the country and perform these. All white people would attend. They would love it. It was the first national pastime of America.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Oh my gosh.
And then on top of this, like, okay, white people started this. They would have Black people come in. If you want to get on the stage, you're going to paint yourself Black and make fun of Black people.
So Black people would paint themselves.
Black people would also have to do blackface if they wanted to be entertainers. Yikes.
That is a big yikes.
And so that is the baseline of this country's entertainment. Black people.
I don't like. Oh, well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And so in addition to that, the music, every style of music in America is from Black people.
Right.
Like all of them have roots in Black people. Rock music comes from Black
Blues.
people. Blues turned into rock. Country music is Black people music.
Yep.
Folk music is Black people music. And it's become this thing where it's so proliferated throughout the world that a lot of people take it for granted. And it becomes a thing where like Black people make the culture.
Yeah.
But especially Black Americans make the culture.
Right.
And so I remember seeing like another TikTok video of this lady basically saying like, oh, well, I don't know why Black Americans are so celebrated when our British Black actors are the ones acting in your movies. And we're the ones doing this and that and whatever. And so it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like this like whole diaspora. Is that how you say it? I feel like I'm saying it weird. Diaspora. That's going on is really unnecessary. And I feel like it just needs to stop. Because
I think the way I'm going to say this is
Say it.
What's the point of fighting each other when we all have a common enemy?
We all have a common enemy.
You know, I think, again, I do not see issues in having arguments or having discussions if both parties are receptive, right?
Yeah.
You learn by talking. If your purview is of a British American person, and you're claiming that what you know about American or Black Americans is what is you see on social media. Social media is curated to speak a certain narrative, right?
Mhm.
And typically it's a racist narrative
Mhm.
to put Black people down.
Yep.
If you are stating that and you go if a Black British person came up to you and asked you how to think, or was telling you, it's like, oh, well, I don't feel like you have any root in your cuisine. Like all y'all eat is mac and cheese and collard greens.
Mhm.
And this is from a video that we've seen on TikTok.
Yep.
I feel like if you're a rational person, you'd probably turn to them and be like, well, hey, this is the story behind it. Like
Exactly.
you might think that this is,
And there is a story behind it.
right, but there is a story. There's a story behind everything when it comes to culture, because culture is stories built on history. If a Black British person was able to sit down and have that conversation with you and be receptive to hearing and understanding, I don't think there would be an issue.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, I don't understand, because it seems very performative, right? To go and state that we are more superior. And so who are you performing for?
The white man.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're performing for the white man to put yourself on a higher hierarchy to try to gain certain rights that are given only solely to white people that you're never going to achieve.
Yeah.
So then at that point, your issue is not a Black American, Black British people or Caribbean people. Your issue is the white people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Cindy. I think that's why I get so frustrated too, because it's like, okay, we already get all this flack from literally every other racial group in America. Like the fact that every language has a derogatory term for Black people.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
Actually crazy. And so I'm like, dang, we get it from everybody else.
And I don't know where that came from.
And you're giving it to us
Oh,
too.
actually, I know where it came from.
Yeah, white supremacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I hope in the future, Black people, we can kind of let this go. And I will say we kind of focused on, Black Brits and other people in the diaspora coming towards Black Americans. It also goes the other way. I've heard of, immigrant Black people coming to America, and they say that the Black Americans were mean to them.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a thing.
That's more of the stories that I heard growing up, because at least with my father, that was his biggest situation and biggest issue. One of the stories that he told me was that when he came here, he was a kid. He got in college, but he had no money.
Yep.
And the first place he went to was Mississippi.
Oh, why did he go to Mississippi?
So here's the thing, right? Again, social media is all you're going to see. So all you know is about California.
Yeah.
And so he thought as soon as he came to America, he would have an opportunity to get to California, or everyone was like California.
And he was on the other side of the country. Yikes.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
There's not much that's discussed. When it comes to America, you see Hollywood. Yep. You see Los Angeles.
They make it look like we're all filthy
right? And especially back then. So like America used to be seen as a land of gold, right? So if you're a young kid, an impressionable kid who your whole thought process is, I want to do better for myself than what my parents did, and America is a land of opportunities. All I need to do is get myself to America.
Yep.
And you find somebody who's willing to help you get to America, and they say you're going to Mississippi. You're not researching on what Mississippi is and what it's like to be a Black person in Mississippi. You're just saying, let's go.
And the way that I already know that that's a horrible place. Like there's a lot of racist policies there. Like Black people are kept down there specifically.
Right. So, and let's just take it like a step further, right? You're coming to America with nothing. And you're looking for a job, right? Especially with the conversation that we had where it's like, if you're on a visa, you do something wrong and you can easily be sent back.
Yep.
A lot of what my dad faced was like, he would be taking jobs where like they would have certain like quotas where they needed to have a certain number of Black people, and he would just be a dishwasher. And he would be taking things and doing things that other Black people that he worked around would say you shouldn't do.
Yeah.
And they would come to him and be like, why are you doing that? You're making us look bad, because they're going to looking at you and think, oh, well, he's a Black person. He's okay with this. So all the other Black people are going to do it.
Yep.
And he said it made him feel, he never felt safe because white people didn't treat him right. And then also the black people didn't treat him right, but all he really needed was he needed money to be able to continue to live in America. Because if not, he was a failure and he would have to go back. And getting a visa once to get to the United States back then, difficult.
Miracle.
Can you imagine trying to do that twice?
No. I don't even think they would let you back in. They'd be like, girl, you already had your chance.
Right? So it's hard because I can understand both sides. But, and again, I think the stem of the issue is white people. Because if you take time to sit and listen to my dad had an opportunity to sit and talk to them, or they had an opportunity to listen to my father, I feel like you could see that both situations are valid. Right? But I could see both. But again, that was also a lot of difficulty because that was a lot of the information that I was hearing growing up was the hardships that my father had. But again, even though ethnically I'm Nigerian, my race and my nationality is black and American. And that's how I navigated the world. So a lot of the information that was being fed to me was from the black American struggle. So it's just it was a balance.
Period.
Balancing.
But yeah, I'm hoping in the future we can come together as one.
Together. We are the world. We are the children.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that there's a path where we're all not the same. We all have our different things, different traditions, different cultures. Not one is better than the other.
Agreed.
We're all different. And I just think we need to get to a place where people are more open to learning about other people's history. And understanding why people are the way they are.
Right.
Because I really just don't like the idea of just like steamrolling someone with your own opinion and not hearing them out when they're saying, hey, maybe you should take a step back and actually listen to what people are saying.
Right.
And you know, that applies to everything in life.
Of course.
So yeah, those are the vibes.
How do you feel after this conversation? Is it cathartic?
Was cathartic because I was mad. I was rewatching the TikToks like, these hoes.
And I was like, I understand, kind of, but I'm here to support.
I'm feeling hot. And it's not just these lights.
All of the lights.
All of the lights under the lights.
But yeah, no, I think this was a good conversation.
Yeah.
We rallied.
Yep.
Thank you, caffeine.
I had some candy. Don't tell my doctor.
Hopefully your doctor doesn't listen to this podcast.
Oh, she don't.
You never know.
You never know.
We're posting on socials. For you page could be for her page.
Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
I bet it was good.
It was good.
I feel like also having coffee at this time of night wasn't a smart decision.
Good luck going to sleep.
Yeah, we'll see how my life goes tomorrow. I got work in the morning.
You know, tomorrow's a new day.
Yep.
All right, Cindy. Good chat.
Good chat.
Bye.
Till next time.
Is someone knocking on my door? Hello? Open the door. Open the door. I'm filming a podcast right now. Goodbye.
Hi.
You want to say hi to the podcast?
No, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Our culture is a whole other thing, but some people, you know, we get offended when they're wearing our, you know what I'm saying, they have their own idea of what it is, of where that came from, and then they take off and run with that, and that's not true.
Let me add to what Neve said. Let me ask it in terms I think the African Americans would be understanding. If you were a Zeta and my sister is just walking around with a Zeta jacket. No. You done been through it all. You done been through line, whatever. And my sister just walking through with a Zeta jacket and say, "Hey, girl, how you doing? You see the Z? Ain't it fly, girl?" And you're gonna feel a certain type of way, and that's where like the amount of pride is crazy. When I say it's crazy, it's crazy. Like
it's just like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's even way deeper than that.
Because
like,
I didn't know you guys will feel so like that. I didn't know.
Like I thought it was okay for African Americans at least.
No, it's okay.
But I understand.
But
I didn't feel y'all felt that strong about people actually. You need to know
my
my culture.
And then you're asking like weird questions like, yeah, you know, I think Africa's cool. You know, but it's like, what are you doing?
As long as you try to understand
Yeah.
it, that's all we're asking.
Globetrotter jerseys, I'm just saying, like. You know what the Globetrotter did for
I
Black
yeah,
Americans?
I mean
you know what I'm
we
saying?
do.
So no African can wear a Globetrotter jersey.
That's
You know
not
what I'm saying?
true.
You know
Because
what I'm saying?
some of
Like,
us,
that's
I
what
understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying there.
I'm on both sides. I feel
Yeah, same.
You can't be attached. If you African, you was in Africa when we was in Harlem.
But it's like,
so you can't wear no gloves.
See
You know what I'm
how
saying?
we can
Like-
try to understand your culture. All we're asking that you understand what you're putting on. You
Yeah.
understand it on for fun. Like how you said your friend taught you what you were wearing. That's amazing.
And you take the time to like explain it to her, like let her know. Yes, I know. So that's it does. That's because a lot of people are like, oh, you can't say that, but then they don't explain the reasoning behind it or why they just get mad off the top and you leave the person still not knowing what was wrong with what they said.
That transfer of knowledge, it's gotta happen.
So my next question is, why do you think African culture has gained so much popularity presently?
Because Africa's taking over.
Okay. I'm gonna be realistic about it. At post 2009, I think everybody was like going through a "I want to be different" stage. Now you see like the whole hipster rap stage. That's a part of it. Like this whole like I want to be different. All the artists were pushing for different. Everybody was pushing for just different, and everybody was looking like okay. Like the African Americans were like, I'm not just black, I got Indian in me. It was like, oh, that was different. Like everybody was looking for what made you, like what identified me to be different. Yeah, like, I got some Brazilian whoop. And now it was at a point where the Africans were like, we were all saying we were different, but it was at a point where everybody looked at ourselves like, I'm from Congo. Like, you know, don't call me Paul no more, call me Chiswaka. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, oh damn, your name Chiswaka. Oh, that's different. So we started to expose this whole other side of us, and it just happened in small increments, and it ended up a big thing, and it became a wave. Like it came from probably a few people talking about, man, I'm really proud African, whoop de whoop. And then everybody just started to bring that energy, and now it's a big thing Texas-wise. Actually worldwide, because in the UK it's happening right now. Mm-hmm. So everybody is big on an African pride. That's like the biggest thing now. I love it. I think it's a great thing. Yeah, it is really cool. It's a beautiful thing, but I hope that we aren't treating this right now as a fad, and people are actually looking into their culture, because. I don't want you to go around and say, I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Ghana, I'm from Mozambique, but at the end of the day, you don't try to speak your language, you don't go home, you just use it as a crutch because you're different. Like, I may be Congolese, but je connais français très bien. Like, you can't shake that from me. And I still go back and try to learn about my culture. I still ask my mom questions. I still try to identify as much as I can with my culture. I hope people aren't using it as a, yeah, Shawty, you know, I'm from Mozambique. What's up?
I think to pull Igbo men are forever in style.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
I want to add to go off of what Pat was saying. I think it's also everyone's kind of growing up. As children, you couldn't go and you couldn't teach your friend. Well, I mean, you could, but I don't think that was kind of like the interest when you were younger. So now you're able to go and read more. You're able to really appreciate it because you're older. Your culture, the same way you appreciate your family more, the same way you appreciate your money more, stuff like that. You know what I mean? And so now that, because like I said, before college, in high school and in middle school, I didn't know many Africans. I didn't know anything about them. So, and then coming to college, I assume that, you know, because everyone's older and they can and they're willing to go out. And then there's also like the assimilation going on, then, you know, it's easier for you guys to teach others about their culture, whether you know you're teaching them or not. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You about to get
Go ahead, bro.
I actually have two things. One, I think, you know, African culture as a whole is very gravitating, it's magnetic. And like, I remember back, like I just said, I didn't have a lot of African friends, but I did have one. And we would talk to each other, you know, just be being funny, we talk with our accent. And then next thing I would know, it would be a crowd of people around us just looking like, oh, like they're laughing, but at the same time, like they're intrigued.
Yeah, they're
very intrigued. And you know, a lot of them, like, you know, they weren't exposed to that, so you know, it was something new to them. And like as we got older, and here's the second thing, like we came to college, and if you know Africans and the way they're raised, education is a top priority. So you know, it's not about if are you going to go to college, it's when you're going to go to college. Yeah. So we were going to college, and so you know, when you see a bunch of people coming from like a university, people traveling, and they get to see a sense of that because a lot of Africans now. When I came to UNT, there's a lot more of Africans. I'm like, I never seen this many Africans my age, all in one place, and they grew up the way I grew up. They had the same kind of mentality that I have, and so when you get a lot of that here. And just that, like I said, it's very magnetic, and people are drawn to that. Some people, they don't have a sense of culture, and they want to agree with that, and they see that, and they say, I could be from Africa, and they take that, and they get very involved with that. So I think that's what it is. I think more people, the population density of Africans and college campuses is what kind of got us.
I agree with Neves. I think we're starting to actually link up. Because we're in a centralized location, like all the universities and stuff. So it's all these people going to one place, and they're finding more people like them. And they're like, oh my God, like, you too? This what happened to you? Oh, you got beat too? And it's like a big, it's like a big thing.
African parents.
Yeah, so it's really Twitter and Facebook and these
My mom
things.
did that for sure.
That woke us up. It's I like it.
Kind of new to have someone to relate to.
Yeah.
So, y'all have anything to say about that?
I mean, like, Needs really spoke on most of the things I was going to speak on. Just that it's so natural. It's so natural. Here at the University of North Texas, they're notorious with their ASOs for having these things called ASO weekends, and what it is, like, Africans, organizations from all over different college campuses in the state of Texas, they come together and they have basically like a big festive weekend. And people was telling me about it my freshman year before I was woke, and I didn't really want to go. I mean, I had my own stuff going on. I was still, pretty much in my black circle. And told me again sophomore year, I still didn't want to go. In my junior year, I went to one on a whim. I was like, okay, I kind of want to go to Houston anyway, so I'll just go. And I went, and that was my first time really seeing, like, African girls dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've been seeing twerking my whole life. When I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to have one, right? And so then there was this immediate connection to African people, like, oh my gosh, like what else of this African stuff is like dope like this? And then like, okay, so these African people, I didn't know how many African people were in the NBA. I didn't know how many African people were sitting next to me in class or next to me on a bus. It just became this big thing. Like, once your eyes are open, there's a immediate connection with a place called home, and that's where home is. So.
Same with me. ASO weekend last year, that was my first experience of a whole area of Africans, and because Cindy said, Caleb, you should go. It's gonna be lit. Like, that's like, Caleb, it's gonna be lit. Okay, I'm gonna go. And I went, and I'm on the ASO dance team at CW, and so I was with those girls, and they're amazing. Like, these are girls that we really don't have too many differences, as far as people and as far as personality. Like, I could really they're fun, you know what I'm saying? And so that they were my first exposure, and then after that, it's just I loved it. Yeah, that's good.
I have a question. This is for the Africans. How do you feel about other Africans who don't necessarily embrace their culture? Like, they don't take the time to learn the language, cook the food, I don't know. Like, how do you feel about people who don't embrace their culture? They totally dismiss it. As if, like, they're whitewashed? Yes. I'm gonna go African dad with it. If my child did that to me, I'd tell him, give me back my last name. Facts.
That's a form of disrespect. I gave you money, I gave you riches, and you left that alone to go live bare naked. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just disrespected.
Get woke on him, doctor.
Tell him naked out here. Speak on it. Speak.
Me personally, I don't like stuff like that because you're hindering a part of you on purpose. It's not like you're hiding a part of yourself because, I don't know, for whatever reason you feel uncomfortable or you might not like it, and you feel like you have to identify with a culture. This isn't your home. So it's like, if you had to adopt this culture to feel whole, like, there's a fraction of you still missing. No matter how hard you try to fill that void, there's a fraction of you that's always forever going to be missing. So as soon as you come home and you're not eating pot roast and you eating fufu, like, you forever going to be African no matter how you take it away. I just feel like it's really disrespectful.
It is.
Honestly, this is being personal. Like, my sister told my parents that she wasn't African, that she was an American.
She's still alive.
I told her, like, I was scared for her, you know.
Wow.
But,
I would be too.
You know, yeah, honestly, it's your loss. And that's not even African. Any person. If you don't know who you are, where you came from, and your heritage, your history, that's who you are. It's a part of your heart. It's part of who you are. And so if you don't know who you are, I mean, that's your loss. You don't know, you don't know where you're going, and you know that's why there's so many waves and new things. People they want to jump from one thing to the next thing, you know. So I just feel like as a person, you should figure out who you are. With that being where your family came from. The last one.
So, I know there's been so much controversy, as you guys saw in the first part of the video, where Raven Simone herself said that she could not identify with herself as being African American, but just as being black. So I want to go around and ask you guys, do you identify yourselves with being African, African American, or Black American, and why?
You want me to start?
I mean, you guys can.
I'm very particular about this subject. I don't like the term black because black is a color.
Thank you.
And if you look at Africa, there's a color spectrum in Africa. So I've never looked at my mom, my sister, my dad, my brother, and be like, hey, black brother, or, you know what I'm saying? I say, hey, this is, you know, my brother, he's African, like that's how I think about it. And black is cool, but realistically, everybody ties back from Africa. So I've never understood why we take the African away from black. Because no matter what color or whatever, how you want to explain it, you can call it black, brown, whatever, it's all African. So if for an African's perspective, looking at it, it would just be easier for you to refer yourself to where you tied to versus a color that even y'all or us, we have a different spectrum. There's a spectrum here in the United States as well. This whole light skin, dark skin thing. And then, you know, you still belong to we all belong to the same place. So I'd rather us identify with the motherland versus a color because that's what we do at home. And that's just, you know, how we look at it.
Trayvon?
Swing it back this way. When you say we all, we all, and we have all decided that even white people are from Africa.
Yeah.
So do they call themselves African Americans as well?
They should.
Now understand, why I call myself a black man is because black is a color, and my color has shaped my entire culture and my entire experience here in America. So I am a black American because me being black has shaped my American experience. So I am a black American. I'm not African American because I didn't have that African American experience. You see what I'm saying? There's an African that is from Africa or his family's from Africa that was born in America and he has had an African American experience. But I've had a black American experience. I grew up in Atlanta around other black people that didn't know what a cotton meant either. We was all black. So that was my experience, okay? White people call us I grew up in the country of Atlanta, and then I went to school in the city when it was ratchet and guns and stuff like that. Like, it's my blackness has shaped my experience, not my Africanness.
I want to say, someone made a comment that said you can classify yourself as African American or black, but white people will always see you the same. Right?
And I wanted to say,
but I'm not done.
Speak on it.
They'll see you as the same. So although they will, like Trayvon Martin could walk out and get shot like how he did, or Val could walk out and get shot like how she didn't when she was saying it. But yes, either way, I still think within ourselves, I don't like the divide, but it is there. So I am a Nigerian American, an African American. I am not a black woman. Unfortunately, people say that's disrespectful, but that's not who I am. That's not how I was raised.
That's the problem. People think that our differences are what separate us, but they're actually what bring us together. The fact that we are different. It's kind of a phenomenon that we even have differences because our genetic makeups are so much the same. There's like 2 strands in our DNA that are different from.
People do get offended that I do say I'm not a black woman, and I understand why. Because that's not how I was raised, like how you were raised that way. You know what I mean?
Because I think I was raised in America as black, and that's what we were called. So I am black, and I personally feel like we're all black. Because black is a color. I feel like because there's the light skin, there's the dark skin, but once again, I think it's all black. I am African American. I'm not African. I'm African American. Because there is a difference between those two cultures as well. So I would not say I'm African, but I am African American and I am black.
I want to just put my 2 cents in on it. Sometimes I do feel like when Africans try to like divide or separate themselves away from black people, it's kind of like they're not good enough to be classified as with us. But sometimes it's not that. You just want people to recognize that, no, I'm not black.
Yes.
I am African. But sometimes some people don't necessarily divide themselves right, so it makes them seem like, oh, we're better than you, so I don't want to be classified as with you. So that's sometimes, like, I can see where you would say, no, I'm different, but sometimes it has to be with like a level of respect, I guess, because you have you're talking down on black people sometimes.
You could.
Yeah. But I also think the negativity comes from
your mindset?
No, like how we were made fun of. I'm going to go back to that. I swear. Okay. Because thinking like that, getting made fun of, now I see them and I don't really like, not say have respect for them, but I'm going to give you the same hardship that you guys gave us.
But what about Jesus?
Real niggas. Okay.
Stop.
I got several things to touch on.
Let's go, Patrick.
All right. She said earlier that it doesn't matter how we look at it ourselves. It's about how white people look at us, and that's probably one of the thing that makes me cringe is that comment, because us as Africans have never in life cared how white people look at us. When I say never, not one time. That's like a black thing. Like, damn, I can't go to the job interview like that. Black people gonna look at me like that. Mm-hmm. Africans don't think like that. I'm dressed, I'm just going to a job interview. Yeah. Or, I'm speaking properly. Like, we're very, like, it's there. So we don't live in that realm where we care how white people look at us. Second, I forgot what she said.
Who about said?
No. What did you just say?
Lex? Oh, the divide kind of makes you seem like you're better than them.
Oh, okay. It's not really the divide. It's really, we have pride. So it's like if I was playing for the Bulls and I wore a Mavericks jersey and I'm just like out here, like, you're gonna look at it like, whoa, like, what are you doing? Like, you just I'm a Bull. That's what I am. Like, I play for the Chicago Bulls. It's the same. It's almost like the same thing. So it may be hard on Black Americans because I don't think there isn't like something you can identify with. Like, you might be able to say, oh yeah, I'm from Dallas, whoop-de-whoop. But how a man treats like his country is a whole nother level. So. Yeah. Well, I'm not black. I'm from Congo. Or I'm African. Like, get it right. Like, hold on now. Like, because this is something we hold on to. Like, we've identified our whole life, so it's something we take serious.
And I want to say, I'm from Houston. We have pride. We are from Houston.
Hold out
you
too
can't
twisted.
tell us nothing, and I think it's the same.
Triple D.
And that's what it is. We're gonna rep our city until the death, and that's sad to say that all that I can rep that hard is Houston. Mm. You guys are fortunate to have a whole country and a whole people behind you. We have our families. We don't have all of Houston. You know what I'm saying? So, and see, now we're connected because we're from Houston, and you guys are connected because you guys are all from Africa and you have the African background like that.
Oh, I got one last one. So when I said everything is African, I meant that. So we're all explaining these terms. Everybody's using these terms. They're all political. Mm-hmm. If we break it down, whether you say I'm a black man, whether I say I'm African, it's like I said, it's literally the same thing. It don't matter if you want to call it tomato, or potato, whatever. It's all the same thing. Yeah,
spaghetti.
That's all the same thing.
On the ass.
No. I'm gonna speak on two things. When Trayvon was talking about having an African American experience and having a Black American experience, I got a little bit of both of that. Of course, within my friends, they looked at me differently because I was African. They treated me a little bit differently. Mm-hmm. And when I went home and I was getting beat down, and I go to school the next day, I was like, man, I'm sleepy. I was like, my mom made me stay up until my homework was finished. Mm-hmm. And I told her that we had time in class to come in and finish it and get questions from the teachers, but she made me finish it. Oh man, yeah, I just take mine to class the next day. It's just stuff like that. And I mean, I don't think myself as better. I was just a little bit more determined because that was the mentality that was put behind me. Yeah. And I look at those same friends, and I still communicate with them. They're still my friends, but they're not. I would say that I'm in a better position moving forward in my life than they are right now. And so they take that with them like back in the day it was funny, but now it's like I kind of respect it now, and we're all one. And I'm telling them like, no, there's a difference between us. That's the reason why, because now I know like, you had a different experience growing up. I had a different experience growing up. But to piggyback, there were times when we were all together, when we all got called racist names by people, and I'm right along with them. So I mean, I would prefer for to us have one thing that we can all bind together with. I'm all for Africans here in America. Because, like I said, we're enveloped in this society. We're here. We listen to their music. You know what I'm saying? And like we're part of this culture, black culture, if that's what you want to call it. Like we live here, we live that, and so, like they said, the white man or other races looking at us, we're all one. But that's only with in-house that we're like, okay, now there's a difference. There's light skin, dark skin. There's African American. But I had two of the same growing up, and for people they look at me differently. Because of the way I was raised and my mentality. So that's the way it comes across as, oh, I think I'm better than you. And it's just like, no, we're just two different people. Yeah. And,
So to basically end what Neeps was saying, we were treated bad, but they gonna choose regardless.
Oh my gosh.
And they did.
Oh, back then they didn't own us. Now they own us.
And I just want to say this. I don't want y'all to think that black people don't have a culture. There's definitely a black culture, Okay, I just didn't.
Hold on, let me break that down real quick.
We can go back to Langston Hughes.
African American black culture is a variation of African culture.
Yeah.
When I say that, I mean there were slaves from countless different countries that were brought together, learned one single language, grew from that, learned and made other things from what they knew, cultivated a brand new culture in a new land. About 1,000 to 1,500 miles, I guess, whatever, away from home, and it grew into this. This is a variation of African culture, and it's beautiful. Definitely. So, like, don't ever let anybody, I don't care, there's no black culture. Black culture is probably the biggest thing in America right now.
And I feel like it's the white man that's telling us that there is no black culture. Right. Yeah. I don't care about the white man. I'm just saying, but a lot of people do.
They don't care about that.
They care about what they say, and so that determines how they act. So I mean, I just feel like
Okay, so thank you guys so much for watching this video on my channel. I also wanted to talk to you guys about the vlog that is going to be coming out either next week or the week after. So, as Trayvon did say, I am going to ASA weekend with most of these beautiful people.
It's gonna be listen.
It's a lituation. It's exactly what it is. So, most of the people in this room are going to ASA weekend, and I guess you guys will see them again on my vlog. So, what you're gonna see is lots of cultural showcasing.
And UNT winning.
Who does that?
What is it?
Anyway.
Louder?
Actually, so you're gonna see a lot of.
You're also gonna see UNT winning.
Cultural showcasing.
They're gonna win that too.
With them dancing.
They're gonna win that too.
You're gonna see, little snippets of the cultural mixers, I will say.
They're gonna win that too.
A cultural mixer? How do I win that?
We win everything.
They have big heads. They're very prideful. You'll see that as well.
We got big trophies too.
Anyways, you also see, I think we're having the games, tournaments,
and then a pool party,
banquet. So all these lovely people will be threaded,
kind
of like how Neebs is, I guess this is a regular thing for him.
Come dressed having dressed to impress.
Yeah, so hope you guys enjoy this video, and just watch out for my next one. Hopefully it's next week. Oh, and my birthday's next week, guys. So if you want to wish me a happy birthday on April 10th, I'm not telling you to do it, but you can if you want to. So it was nice seeing all of you, and we'll see you next. Bye, gems.
Chap chap in the bando, I don't wanna look like. Chap chap in the bando, I don't wanna look like you. In the bando, look like you.
Real niggas.
I have seen the comments and I am intrigued. Black versus black was the last topic that I spoke on. And to be honest, I approached it in a more, casual, relaxed tone because, like I said, when I saw that there were some issues that were beginning to start again with the whole diaspora war, let me go and check it out. What exactly is causing this problem? And it was as if a Nigerian buying Essence Fest was beginning to stir up some problems in the pot. So I did my small research and saw a couple of videos, and that particular video about food, and it made me laugh, and I just decided to talk about it. But now I want to be a bit more serious and dig deep into the real matter or the real issues at hand, which are why exactly are Black people fighting Black people? So, like I said, going into the entire topic with really trying to figure out what could be causing this divide, like what is the foundation of the problem? Why on earth is there xenophobia? If we're not talking about racism and tribalism, now is like xenophobia. And both ends have their own ups and downs. The funniest part is that, to me, there is no right person and wrong person. It's just two people fighting and thinking they are both right. So let's dive in and figure out what exactly is going on between these cousins, because something's got to give. So the first thing I saw that could be a major factor to why Blacks are fighting Blacks is cultural disconnect, which is not far-fetched, which I feel like should be something that people, without having to even put too much thought into, should see clearly that these two groups have very different values and very different cultures. One of them is in Africa, the group. And I want to remind us, Africa is a continent, not a country. And then the next group is in America, the USA to be specific. The USA is in North America. North America is the continent. America, that is in North America, is a country. Continent, country. Can we see how crazy that is? There is a country fighting an entire continent, thinking that that entire continent is a country. It is not. So if we're going to be very honest, slavery does have a very big part to play in this, because slavery was something that caused a very major divide when it came to, Africans and Caribbeans and Americans. When people were separated, when people were taken away from their original hometowns and shipped off to other countries to work as slaves, a group was left behind and colonized, while an entire other group was taken away and enslaved. And this has caused a very big bridge, a very big gap. So now there are different cultures and different values that have, automatically grown among the Africans and automatically grown among the freed Black Americans. Let me not use African Americans, but among the freed Black Americans. Now that cultures have changed, cultures have shifted, it is only normal for, to a certain extent, some people in America now to feel a bit disconnected, or not even feel like, not even a bit, completely disconnected from ancestral roots, seeing as they knew nothing about it. They were born in America. All they've known is America, and they have been able to come together and make something for themselves, and they are trying to protect it, which is fine. But then Africans are in their continent. It is not their fault that they are in Africa. It is not your fault that you are in America. We have found ourselves where we have found ourselves. Some people were born in Africa. Some people were born in America. They didn't choose it. That is what life gave. And those that are in Africa are living life in a certain way, certain cultures, certain values. Those in America are living a life a certain way, certain cultures, and certain values. But it is very difficult to completely separate the two when people just look at us, especially from outside. Most people see is Black people. So it's beginning to frustrate both cultures that they're trying to force us into one group as the same. And it's as if there is some kind of backlash from that we are not the same. I'm not saying that we should force ourselves to be the same. I'm not saying that our cultures and values are the same. They are different. And the thing is, difference can cause disagreement. That's human nature. So the differences are clear, and it's as if it's beginning to cause conflict instead of just appreciation. We can always have multiple people and have different values and different things to celebrate, and we just appreciate those things. Instead of that, there's conflict. So that is one foundational issue that I beginning to see when I went online that might be causing Black Americans and Africans not to really see eye to eye. Cultural values are just very different. Another thing is negative stereotype. Let's be honest. You know what? I'm going to play a video and just let that woman say it, because when I listened to her, I could see to a certain extent, the sense in what she was saying. So just watch it.
Y'all ever wonder why Africans don't really like us? Well, I was married to an African. I remember we was having a conversation and I said to him, it just really seemed like y'all don't really like us. I was showing him a video. I said, this is what they show us of y'all, that y'all hungry, your ribs is hanging out. So I showed him the video of one of those commercials they would show us like 3 a.m. Could you spare $1? He said, that is not us. He looked at that video, he laughed, and he said, who is that? He said, that is not us. He said, that's not them in Africa. That was never them starving. I said, what? So then I said, well, what is they showing y'all of us? He said the movies that they see of us is that we are, our men sell drugs, which they do, but they sell drugs and they just murder anything walking. They murder everybody. And so I said, well, what they show y'all about us? He said, they show them that we're prostitutes and we get high. And I was like, what? And so then he said when he went to get his papers from immigration or whoever he get the papers from to come here, he said they told him, don't marry a Black woman. You be better off marrying a white woman. So when we're looking at this separateness that we have amongst each other, it was inbred in us. It was inbred to them to fear us. So they fear us and don't like us. We got to wake up, y'all, and come back together and unite in unity. There was things that was done and said to keep us apart.
Like she said, her being Black American, her husband being African, what the media is presenting to Black Americans and Americans in fact, what the media presents to the entire world about Africa is very laughable. And what they present is not like, it's as if they present it so much that even some Africans are beginning to doubt their own selves, like, oh yeah, we actually have nothing. We are people of poverty and suffering, and we live in bushes, riding giraffes to go and farm gazelles in our trees. And you see stupid, ignorant questions like, how do we even get Wi-Fi? Like, are you guys kidding me? So the media has a lot of blaming to do with what they keep presenting to people and showing people that we live as. Likewise, a lot of times what is, being presented to the world for Black Americans is not necessarily always very positive. There's a lot of gang and shooting and fighting and living your life as victims. And that is what is really being pumped to the world. So just so you know, ideologies can be built up from the foundation of what we constantly see. And what we constantly see, what the whole world constantly sees is a stereotypical way of life for both sides, which is funny because, to be honest, like I said, I am Nigerian. I have Wi-Fi. We're good. It's not always true. So if they want to enter bush and say that's the entire Africa, that is not the entire Africa. Africa is a large continent. So if you're someone that has decided to view an entire group of people through the lens of media, I want to just tell you that they are feeding you whatever they want to feed you. It is left for you to either do your own research and, gather the real information, or just believe whatever media tells you. That's another reason why people are fighting. Another point is that this is coming from me as a Nigerian and African. It's easier for me to gather information from my point of view, unintentionally so, because like I said, it's just easier. But something that I have noticed or I have been able to gather from fellow Africans or Nigerians is that there's this economic competition as well, low-key. When Africans move to America, there's almost this view of you guys are coming to take away our jobs and you're coming to take away our things. And I've literally heard a woman talk about we trying to destiny swap online. Are you joking? I just want to tell you guys that Africans will go anywhere they will do well. It's not just America. You will find Africans everywhere. I think the only place you will not find an African, especially if it's Nigeria, an Igbo man, is probably the Antarctica. And if you search well, you might do. I will not be surprised if you look very well. I'm joking. But I'm just trying to say that you will find them anywhere that they can do well. In fact, I'm pretty sure Nigerians will have flooded China since if they could speak Mandarin well. they'll be there. So it's not about trying to now become you or trying to come and take over the culture in America. America has presented itself as a land of opportunity, land of the free, things like that. So obviously, all sorts of people are going to end up in America, including Africans. And the Africans that are going there because, generally speaking, they just want a better life. I can promise you the average African is not going and thinking, I'm moving out of Nigeria because I want to go to America and take over the culture of Black Americans. No, matter of fact, it's actually quite the contrary. Black Americans have a very, very big influence on the African culture. Like, for us, a typical African, Nigerian, when I'm watching TV and I see a Black American, it's like, wow, look at this guy. He was opportune to be born in America. Like, seriously speaking, that's how the child looks at it. He's privileged to be born in America and he's so cool. He's doing all these things and, you go to your room and you want to try like rapping and you're just enjoying the culture. No one was looking at it as, look at this group of people. They don't know who they are. I think I'm better than them. And I have to find a way to leave my country, to go to their country so that I can become them or I can take over what they have. Like, that is the last thing on an average African's mind. I feel like learning to appreciate each other's like cultures or differences actually makes things beautiful. You're able to collab. I even love it when I see African or Nigerian musicians go out and collaborate with American musicians and something amazing is brought out of it, instead of this mindset of, oh, they want to come and collect all our jobs, they want to come and, no, they are trying to survive, we are trying to survive, that's it. Like that's it. So this economic divide is crazy to me. So at the end of the day, to be very honest, I feel like both sides, some certain people just feel really disrespected. There's this perceived lack of respect on both ends. This group feels like, you guys are coming and disrespecting our culture. You're here. Why are you here? Go back to Africa. You come here and you're taking things away from us. You think you're better than us. You're forcing us to try jollof rice and fufu. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. Nobody's taking anything away from you. Nobody wants all that. If you are meeting horrible people that are making life hard for you, that person is a horrible person. It does not mean the entire demographic of an entire continent. I'm sorry, I got emotional there because the next time I hear Africa is a country, nothing's going to happen. It's just getting tiring. But for you to think an entire continent is out to get you, come on now. They are not. And then for the other point of view, it's like, Africans do need to sometimes remember to empathize and look at the fact that I am now in this person's country and I would love to appreciate what they have and what's going on with them, that kind of thing. But can I be sincere? We are different. If we do not necessarily like some of the differences, it's okay to still respect it. There's no need to hate an entire group of people because you don't necessarily understand or see things from their point of view. The fact remains that the differences come from a place of we are living two different realities. I personally think anyone that is trying to feel hate, you are insane and you're jobless because there's no need to hate. You don't need to agree with me. It just doesn't make any sense why you would hate an entire demographic of people because they are not your people. As for me and my house, I am not interested in war. I appreciate a lot of things. There are a lot of things that the African American community have put out there that we love, we will celebrate, and I feel like it should be celebrated all around. The fact that there was a movement that was about to start, like, do not patronize any African business or organization or whatever, was hilarious to me. Like, it's now turning into xenophobia. Like, did you take a course from South Africa or something? Which is another topic we can talk about later on. But really, you can have disagreements. It doesn't have to turn into hate. It doesn't. Friendly banter can be a thing. Friendly disagreements. Example, Nigeria and Ghana. Forget we fight a lot. Genuinely speaking, I feel like Nigerian and Ghanaians do have some kind of we love each other at the end of the day kind of thing. Like, genuinely speaking, really love Ghanaians. But is like play fights, like sibling rivalry. if people are going to have disagreement among the same race, let it be sibling rivalry. If not, carry your bad belly and go somewhere else. If you don't understand what bad belly is, it means just carry your negative energy and put it somewhere else. But at the end of the day, like I said, all love here. I really hope that we get to a point where Africans and Black Americans can just vibe, which I know a lot of us do. A lot of us. There are a lot of Africans and Black Americans that are vibing. So the rest of you that have a problem, get with the program. Okay? Okay. Okay, thank you guys for watching till the very end. I am so happy that I got the chance to really dig into this conversation because I learned a lot and it reminded me how much we need to stick out for each other. I hope you enjoyed it as well. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comment section. I can't wait to see you in the next video as well. If you haven't subscribed, do that. If you haven't liked, I'd appreciate one. But all in all, thanks for watching till the very end. Bye.
So yeah, none of it really ever stuck with me. So the Diaspora War thing is like new in general. So
Okay, I see. What about you, Syed?
Yo, we can't hear it.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna skip over to you. All right, okay, wait. Your mic working? You still there? Can you hear us?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I would say like I didn't have the only thing I really viewed was that a lot of Africans used to live in huts, but of course, like Quake said, that was like due to conditioning. I what's the word? Dislearned those stereotypes very fast because like I started to get into like the research of Africa at a very young age, like around like late middle school, 7th, 8th grade. So I kind of stopped learning those negative things about Africa. And after I learned all these new things, it was an eye opener, and I just started getting more interested here and there.
Okay, I see. What about you, Sule?
All right, when it comes to African American, not really, just because I've been around with African Americans, and I have my ups and downs with African American, but it wasn't really like, oh my God, they're so bad, they're bad people. Like, no, they just be chilling. So I didn't really have an issue with like seeing African Americans like that. Nor I really like think like all African Americans are in the ghettos, So that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I see what you guys mean. Now, me personally, right? I won't lie. Like I never like same thing with Sule. Like when it came to African Americans, I didn't really believe the stereotypes that much, just because like, I mean, I lived in America. I was around African Americans enough to know like, yeah, like not every African American is the same type of way. But like weird and like in a weird way, I did believe the same things about Africa a little bit, not fully, like but like as an African, I did believe like, yeah, like a lot of Africa is in trouble, like if you were to show me like, especially like my younger self, if you were to show me like what Cape Town looked like and all that type of stuff before I seen it, like I would have been like, I would have genuinely been surprised. Now like I have heard my parents talk about Africa and say things like, it's like this over here and it's like this over there, but like especially like as a South Sudanese, like my specific background didn't really come from like one of those wealthier places in Africa. Like my parents, before like the second Sudanese Civil War, they were basically living like the traditional like village life. My mom even told me like she didn't even know that other cities within southern Sudan even existed until like she had to leave and like go all the way to Kenya. My dad, he went to Ethiopia, then he had to go to Kenya. So like I was very used to like the whole like stereotype of like war child or African war childs, like escaping from war, mass hunger, So I've sort of believed those stereotypes in some sort of way. And like going specific towards African Americans, like yeah, I had like little ups and downs with them. Like back then when I still lived in Pennsylvania, like it was actually a weird down. Like every single summer, like me and all the African friends I knew in the neighborhood, like we'd be chilling, but like we would always get into fights with African Americans over like very stupid things, just like stereotypes, us being African, like literally, like mainly, like we were like us Africans, like we were like on the receiving end of it. Especially me, like it was mainly like, oh, you're African, like don't touch me, don't look at me, like don't this, that, and the third. But it's just because of like the stereotypes and like even times too, like where we got into fights and then like our parents got together and like talked it all out. Like, like we would always realize like, yeah, like we're the same people. You know what I'm saying, in a sense, and that like, all that we know about each other is like stereotypes. And I won't even lie, it's even some of my parents too. Like it's mainly my parents. Like whenever I hear that Africans like stereotype African Americans a certain way, like I haven't been around way too many Africans recently, but like I mainly thought that was just like a thing African parents did, just out of because like they're new to America. You know what I'm saying? Like it was especially like in my parents' situation, like they mainly like they came to America through the help of white people. You know what I'm saying? And white media kind of helped them believe certain things. But like even in my parents, I've noticed like as they've interacted with African Americans more, they sort of let these stereotypes go. So yeah, that's basically my personal perspective, how my life kind of went. So concerning these stereotypes, I don't if you guys didn't answer the question already, like besides like the obvious things, like what made you actually, you know what, forget it. Skip this question, bro, because like you already answered it, so I ain't gonna forget I asked that question. But how do you feel when other people's like perpetrate these stereotypes? How do you feel when that happens, when other people like forcibly push these stereotypes, especially on others? Like I've seen this a lot too with like within the diasporas, and I've seen this just like in person as well. Like some experience, just like me just like, remember like one time like I was in school, was playing basketball, and like I was trying to hop in, and then someone told me like, shut up, you like you just be black as shit, or like some shit like that. So how do you feel when people like sort of perpetrate these stereotypes and like these negative ideologies about blacks, Africans, African Americans? How do you feel when you see that happen with your own two eyes? So we'll start with you, Guardian.
Okay, so for the most part, I would like to say that the reason why this comes is from, I think it comes from parents, or it comes from influence, or it comes from what I've said before, it has to come from looks alone. So if you're the darkest man alive, right? I mean darkest man in the team, you're gonna be noticed like heavily by just the color of your skin. And just off that, people will just rebound and keep rebounding off your looks and just throw anything at you. And people also have this one thing for if they will just clown you for the fun of it, for entertainment.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What about you, Quick? How do you feel when people perpetrate these stereotypes?
Like me personally, I feel a mix of array of different emotions, like from being mad to me laughing at them to being like kind of having sympathy for them. But I'm gonna start with being mad. Obviously, y'all know the reason I'm mad. Like nigga, like it's not true. And then laughter. Sometimes I laugh at them because I'm like laughing at their ignorance. I'm like, look at this dumb motherfucker over here. And then like the sympathy part, sometimes I just feel sad for them. But like, damn, you so brainwashed. Like, you feel me? Like, damn, bro.
Yeah, we try and get these we try and get these diaspora wars all out my system. You dig? So that's why it's the Diaspora War Marathon. Yeah, right? And when you start clicking these things, you get the new ones that pop up. So hopefully this is it. I could talk about something different, but I ain't gonna lie. I like to click on these guys. I would love to talk to one of these damn tethers, man. God damn, they talk about us but won't talk to us. Yeah, so I'm just trying to get this out of my system, family. And plus, like, what's else in the news? I'm gonna talk about Charlie Kirk. I don't want to talk about that. You know, uh, like what else is in the news right now? Umar trying to buy a city. Like, let's have fun cooking, and we'll figure something out. Now, I do want to go over some good stuff, or some information that you guys would want to know. You guys like to learn about people and historical events that you never heard of, but you should have. So I think tomorrow morning I'm gonna go into something like that tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so yeah, that's how I feel.
Let's see. What about you, Nasia?
I think mine is mostly like sympathy, because like some people, like even in my own ethnicity, don't know everything about their own culture, and then they don't know who to be mad at. So perpetrating these stereotypes is like, I guess, an easy way out, but they don't understand. Like, not let's not lie, they understand. I guess they're too ignorant to get that, like perpetrating these stereotypes. You wouldn't like it if somebody came and called you ghetto or a hood rat or all of that. But I feel like some of them, most of the xenophobic ones, they just want to play victim, and that's just really how it is. So
yeah, I definitely agree with that. What about you, Saya?
I like when people like perpetrate these stereotypes. Well, for the most part, they're ignorant. I do really think I do know that most of us, we do have access to the internet, and we should be able to unlearn these stereotypes that we have for each other, especially my own towards the African people. I feel like it's just you're ignorant. You can learn a lot from just like hearing other people, hearing African voices, watching different types of YouTube videos. And also I do also feel a little bad for them, because just like, like, dang, like you be thinking this way, and like it's so easy for you to like change your mindset and all.
I see. What about you, Sule? How do you feel when people perpetrate these stereotypes?
It's so retarded. They never question where they get this belief or where they get these ideology from. But hey, I guess a lot of people are dumb. So yeah,
I see. And then these two questions, they basically like run off the back of what we just answered. How do you think this affects us in our position in the world? Like, how can we progress? How do you think that affects our ability to be able to do that? And based off of that, what is your personal message to the community? Everybody. What's your personal message?
Yeah,
So
Ricardo Blah said D-ass
Personal message. Can you give me like a detailed, like, talk about it more? Like, get it, like, talk it in a sentence for me to understand it better.
Like, okay, so
hey, yo, let's make this clear. When we talk about diaspora, it ain't gonna work and all this getting along. We're talking about as collectives. We're not saying we gotta be as petty and simple as if you got an African coworker that's cool and don't talk to that person. We ain't being that damn petty and goofy. We're saying as a collective, like, we don't see like the benefit right now, right? Because it's really not. Because it's only going to come down to us giving them money. That's all. That's what it's coming down to. They talk about our GDP ain't per capita ain't shit. They do all this stuff. Oh, you the bottom of the bottom. Okay, but when we link up, what do you want from us? Oh, bring your wallet. You just said we were the bottom of the bottom per capita GDP. Well, why you want our wallet? So it goes back to, like, as a collective, like, there's no collective unity because we can't be friends with our wallet. You dig? So that's how it is. That's how that is.
like, due to these like stereotypes and like people who like all this chaos going on, right? We got all these problems, like internal problems and external problems. We got within like
then like you guys seen this right here. You guys seen this right here. Where's it at? Right here. Like I invite you to my podcast to explain to you why we prefer American over African, brother. He came back with maybe, and he never 15 hours ago. Yeah, that's why I don't take any of these guys serious. Yeah, these guys, these non-FBAs, they will talk about us, talk about us, but they will never talk to us. Like, yo, and that's how we know they're full of shit. It's like, so you don't want to be challenged. And speaking of Charlie Kirk, like, I'm not into that killer guy because he said something, but I will say this about him. At least he made it so vulnerable to a challenge. He wasn't one of those conservatives that say a bunch of foul shit, throw rocks and hide their hand and go running. You know, at least he put himself out there to be debunked. And he got debunked a lot of times in person in his debates. So, but you can only respect that. Somebody say some shit, go out there and face what you said. And he did that. He put himself out there to debate. You know, that's all you can really ask for. Like, dude, just don't go hiding your hand. That's when people really want you. You know what I mean? You running all your mouth and you never come outside. That's are the people usually to get got because you don't make yourself vulnerable or accessible, but you got a lot of mouth. So thing with him, I disagree with I'm gonna say almost everything he said was a lie. Like I don't think he was probably ever right or anything. I could challenge anybody that believes he was right on anything. He was wrong on everything he talked about damn near. So I didn't agree with anything he ever said, really. So I'm not a defender of his, but I just not for the, you know, because again, he at least made himself accessible. He accepted live challenges, and you know, if you can't beat him, then you get somebody who can do it. You find somebody like me or Tiger, you know, somebody who really V4 Avenger, somebody who really get out there and debate, like know how to hold an argument, know how to rebut and raise great points. Like you get somebody like us out there to represent, you know, an idea. For him, let me see. Oh yeah, I would love to debate the like racist or CRT, critical race theory. He don't believe that. I would love to debate like reparations, obviously, things like that. The only thing, you know, just for fun, because he controls the time, and I've seen him get cooked on a lot of topics, and he'll just like, all right, next guy. You know, I've seen that happen a lot with him. So, you know, I'll have fun for the moment. Hypothetically, if he was alive, I would go there just for the moment, but I wouldn't expect a true dialogue because I see him like wrap stuff up when it doesn't go his way. All right. So yeah, I'll say just that. But a lot of these tethers that talk, so I said them for a reason because at least he makes himself available for a challenge. A lot of these tethers, he did at least. That's over now. But a lot of these tethers, they throw rocks and hide their hands. You see me, you seen it. All I do is contact them. I want the Africans more than anybody. I want the Africans. I want those Africans, man. They do the most shit talking. I want those Africans, man. I want those Africans. They do the most shit talking and about us. But when it's like, hey, won't you talk to one of us? Why you do all these control panels? They be having like FBA feminists, like weird ideologies, weird. You know, get a real FBA, man. Somebody who acknowledges the FBA, Adolf or Friedman, and let's have the conversation about diaspora wars. Let's just do that. Okay, and watch they be all confused and everything.
What we call the black community globally, like on a global scale. So
I'm bad.
Based off of all these problems, all this stuff going on, like how do you think it affects our ability to be able to like progress as people? And based off of that, what is your personal message? What would you tell? What's your advice or like words of wisdom?
I feel like, you know, for the most part, with these type of stereotypes.
And which one of those men got that damn fire alarm beeping like that? Smoke detector. That's weird.
Bro, it could
influence a lot of people with without it's like harming somebody mentally.
Nah,
You know?
they never get like a true FBA person who could represent the talking points on these panels. They really control for them. Like, nah, they vet to like not have one on. And you see our panels be open like a mug. Hey man, call in. You dig? Let's get it.
You know, it's like putting like a picture on somebody when they're really not that type of person. You know, it's like when a black parent, right, takes their kids to school, and then none of the kids are like in the school are like really black. They're just more so or different races. I feel like a personal experience. I feel like for the most part, I've been to like a white not white school. There was like Latinos and whites, but I never seen people of my color. You feel me? Like I didn't see black people. So the thing is, right, with people like they just build it off of you, shit like that. And my personal message is like it kind of distrusts people, you know, for the whole BLM thing, like with the white people, white officers are scared to do, like they're scared to they're scared out of their lives because they might think that this black individual is trying to is trying to do some harm to them or something like that. Or every time they try to get like an ID or not an ID license and registration and try to give it to them, the cop might think like this guy's trying to pull out a gun on me and stuff like that. That's why black individuals are so scared of the police that they're shaking in their boots, you know. And I feel like we have to like feel like physically and mentally have to change that idea. You know, it's a horrible thing in humanity. You know, you don't want to go out and think like and get like you don't want somebody to think bad about you, right? But you didn't do anything. You know, it's like you just walking casually, and then some guys like might shout out to you and be like, "That guy's a thief," you know. That's horrible, you know. And that could stir up drama, and then that could get people involved and stuff like that. There's been times where people like get caught into drama, for an example, and like the audience doesn't know what's going on, and so the audience might go towards the speaker, meaning somebody that's just taking the offense, and they're just taking his side and shit like that. I've seen a lot of that's why a lot of innocent people like go to jail, right, without doing anything. Some people get prosecuted for no reason, you know. I feel for the thing we could do for humanity is to change. So yeah.
I see. I like that. What about you, Quake? How do you feel about this? If I need to you need me to restate the question, or you got it?
I think you can restate it, bro.
All right. So based off of all of these stereotypes and these problems, internal and external, within the black community at whole, including everybody, how do you think this affects us and our ability to be able to progress as people? And based off of that answer, what is your personal message and words of wisdom?
For sure. I think that it affects our personal perception of love towards one another. You know what I'm saying? If we don't love each other, then we become destructive to each other. So my message is,
yo, all right, at this point they just talking. We don't love each other. I mean, can y'all have a realistic, sensible conversation, man? Like, stop with the we don't love each other. Come, dude, stop, man. Yo, Foundation Black Americans don't even love Foundation Black Americans. So, like they be killing me with this old kumbaya. Instead of having a real, honest conversation, they go back to make believe. Well, if we all just get along and fight white supremacy, stop. Well, y'all stop. See, those conversations in itself is disingenuous. And I step away. Like, you know what? What you say? Yeah, man, we all just get along, man. We could conquer. All right, man. I'm out. Like certain shit people say, I'm good. Like, yo, man, have a good day. I'm never gonna be around you again. If we all get along, we could conquer white supremacy. Like, you really trying to have this conversation, like this fantasy? I'm good, yo. I'm good, man. Have a good day.
Black love promotes black unity, and black unity will fix the black community. And also stop being coons. You feel me? So that's my message.
Facts. All right, what about you, Nasir?
I like what he said. How he said, black unity will fix the community. But I think we can't reach any like point of unity if we don't like mend our circle first. Like if all black people in the world were to like, come together, and let's just say hypothetically make a country, we'd be the third largest country.
Yeah, you can. I swear, I didn't know the next panel person would say that. The next panelist. I swear I didn't know that. She literally just said what I hate what people do. That's crazy, yo. I never watched what you guys watched today. This is my first time watching it with you guys. That is wild. She actually said it. Oh my God.
If we don't like mend.
Yeah, man. On my panel, all right, sis. Let me put you in the back chat. Like, yeah, you out of here. Can we all get along? I told you, those conversations. I don't hang with people. I don't associate people like that. These fantasy, that's some old mushroom. They took a mushroom and now they hallucinating. Like, I'm not. I don't want to entertain no make believe solutions. Like, stop.
Our circle first. Like, if all black people in the world were to like, come together, and let's just say hypothetically make a country, we'd be the third largest country in the world.
So what? Without money, economy, resources, an army. So what? You be the third largest country in the world and you be the poorest country in the world, the most starving country in the world. So what? The most vulnerable country in the world, the most exploited. So what? Like, they're caught up on numbers, but then they'll talk about the Jews. Well, last I checked, the Jews are small in numbers and they got so much shit done, so much power. So it ain't numbers, man. Like, what is it? Is it numbers or not numbers? Because if it's numbers, then stop saying the Jews. They don't got the numbers. Yeah, and then they say who runs the world. You say top 1%. That's not numbers. That's a little bit of people. So then it ain't numbers. It's something else. Like, that's how I be thinking. Like, yo, which is it? Is it numbers or no numbers? Like, what are we doing? Because these folks be back and forth, up and down. At one point is numbers, next point it ain't. But if we all get together, we'll be the third. Yo, she says, look, maybe I miss who the all is, but that's still retarded. Like, who the hell plans for everybody to be down? Like, that's just the stupidest plan ever.
So that's just like something to think about. Like, imagine if everybody in the African diaspora could find a point of like.
That ain't nothing to think about. That's stupid. That's something to not think about. That's something to ignore.
A unity point and kind of work off of that. I think that's what they're scared of. And like, if we keep on with these like diaspora wars and stuff like.
So they're scared of that stupid shit. Who is the they anyway? They never qualify who the they is. I think that's what they're scared of. Us coming together and being the third largest. Okay. They're scared of us with no nukes, no nothing to take over, to defend, but they're scared of us. Right. Okay, cool. And like I said, people like this, family, you got to stay away from. I don't care how beautiful they are. I don't care how ugly they are, how smart. Stay away from these folks, man. Like this logic isn't sound. So if her logic is all that off, then she's liable to do something dumb around you or get you tied into some dumb shit because she's not thinking well. She's not thinking responsibly, right? This is stupid. I don't want to be around nobody who can't think responsibly if we all get along. So your plan, your solution for Diaspora Wars is for everybody in the diaspora to get along. Okay.
Like that, the people, they're getting what they want. Like, to see us fight, that's what they want. So I think.
Oh my God. So family, this is that is a tether way to avoid accountability. To see us fight. Meanwhile, they got blood on their hand because they just smacked the hell out you behind your back of your head. They just smacked you with some spike gloves. See, behind your back. They're this is what they want. They're smiling. Like, stop.
I think the only way we can fix what we like, the problems that we have now, if we start in the inside and work our way outwards.
Okay. I agree with that. What about you, Sai?
Yo, she said all that dumb shit and they just move right past from her. All right, next caller. What about you? Look, see, that was dumb.
Oh yeah, can you ask the question one more time?
Yeah. Hold on, give me 1 second. Gotta look back at my notes. So based on all these problems within the community, both internal and external, how do you think this affects the Black community at whole, on a global scale, and our ability to be able to compete with anyone in this world? And based off of that, what is your personal message?
I feel like this stuff like affects us from progressing and stuff like that. All the different types of beliefs that we have towards one another. That's definitely an obstacle in our road from progression, because it's like, if you can't exactly progress if you haven't unlearned and decolonized yourself, per se. It's possible. It's definitely diaspora unity is possible, and of course, I know that there are obviously going to be people who don't want to change. Let's say Candace Owens, and people like that, Coons, Uncle Tom's, all them that.
Yo, are they when they say all get along? When they said getting along, I'm thinking they're only counting the folks who want to get along, like the ones that's on code or potentially could get along. They just said Candace Owens. Does she have to get along with us? Like, does she have to be on board? Does Larry does Larry Elder have to be on our side? So they already got a hard task getting everybody on. I'm confused now. I thought they was gonna get the ones who are already on code and the ones who can potentially get on code. So you're willing to go try it. Now we know this is a super nothing burger. You're going to try to convince conservatives to get on board. Okay. Family, like, some folks just don't need to have a discussion, man.
We have to leave them because, as I always say, if you don't want to progress, leave these people, because they're going to be a stop in our road, and we can't save everybody. It's just too much. It's too much work. It's too much heartache and pain. So, yeah, we can definitely push towards unity. We can definitely, start having conversations towards one another, listening more listening, less talking, less getting offended about what other people have to say and their experiences and stuff like that. So, yeah.
I see. I definitely see what you mean. What about you, Sule?
Oh, most people need to get reprogrammed. I ain't gonna lie. Most people need to reprogram their mind, be more educated, and progress.
I see.
And also control their emotion.
Yeah, facts. Yeah. Like, personally, like, I want to kind of use this analogy of, like, So almost like, you know, I got it from like some self-improvement YouTubers that I see. And I think that's like the main thing people need now, like specifically in the context of like uniting all Africans, like, you know, like you guys said, like you gotta like unlearn all the colonize or like the
Oh my god, and they're seriously talking about this stupid shit. Hey yo, the best thing they can do is do what we're doing. Follow the leader. Like start to delineate from your tether class, wherever they're from, whether they're from the islands, whether they're from Africa. The best they can do is start to delineate from their, like make it clear like we did. Start to delineate from their tether class and start to publicly call them out. Like how we do ours. I call out Larry Elder every chance I get. Thomas Sowell, Candace Owens, every chance we get, we try to throw them out there. Stephen A. Smith, all these guys. So same thing. Start to delineate, galvanize your thorough ones. You know what I mean? Like we did. Like we galvanized our thorough ones under the name FBA. Do the same thing on your side. Africa, Caribbean, delineate from the tether class, and then galvanize the thoroughbreds. And then keep galvanizing. Then keep galvanizing. You know, like we're doing. Keep galvanizing. And do that shit till you get as much as possible. You dig? And you know, we'll see from there. Maybe something happens from there. But you got to do something. You can't just sit around and let us do all the hard work, and then you just ready to hang. I'm down. Here I come. That's not how that's gonna work, man. Put in some work. Go do your due diligence. Get out there and start trying to round up folks from your lineage, and again, delineate yourself from your tether class, but expose them so we'll know who they are. Because our tether class, our coon class, we let everybody know. Yeah, we don't rock with these guys over here. Don't trust them. We want the same energy. If this dream of unite the diaspora, that's, you know, something like that can be in the talks, but y'all got to work. Y'all got to do hard work.
colonized information that you've been getting your whole life. You got to unlearn it. And like, I guess I'll say like whoever put this stuff in place is like, it's like super smart, bro. Because like, it's not even just the fact that like people just don't want to just because they don't want to, is that like a lot of people's mindset is like, that's their problem. So like, imagine trying to tell Africans to unite when it's like their own mindset about how they view the world is already like flawed and messed up to begin with, to be able to achieve anything like uniting. Like united, like all Africa uniting, that's a big achievement right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? Like working together and cooperating. You know, so like the reason why most people can't even do that is because like our mindsets again are just like really, really messed up, you know? And I guess it's gonna kind of lead into the next question a little bit. But it's like you hear people like use their black card like off the basic, like they use the fact that they're black to sort of like spread certain messages that like I feel mess up other people's mindsets along with them. So like they'll say like things like, all Africans have different culture, the whole idea of unity is stupid, or we shouldn't try it, like, you know, and tribalism versus racism and all this type of stuff. And it's like, yeah, like we do have these problems as a community, but like,
wait, so calling out problems are dumb, and you just admitted that there are problems? Yeah, that's dumb. What you just said, that's dumb.
I feel like the identification between internal and external problems is like one key of like understanding Pan-Africanism and why Africans should unite. You know, back earlier I said like we all have like shared experiences, not the exact same experiences, but like we have like universal experiences that we like all share. You know, like all of our history is distorted. You know what I mean? Even if you're from the continent, like it's hard to find information about where you're from, where your people are from. A lot of like these, and like another crazy thing too is kind of like off topic, but like I mainly see people who like go by these terms like Cushitic, Nilotic, Bantu, including the Horn or Trolls, who like they try to separate themselves off the basis of those. And then when it comes to black, they always point towards white men and colonialism. When in reality, like, these terms, Nilotic, Bantu, West African, East African, or, like, it's really, even that was created by, what's it called, Europeans specifically, you know? Like, my ancestors, yeah, like, they're Nilotic, but, like, we never specifically called ourselves Nilotic people. And, like, the same can be said for Bantus and Cushitic and all that type of stuff. And so, like, some people, and this is what, like, where it ties back into the mindset, because some people, they want to escape blackness as a whole, but they'll accept certain things, especially when it's like it makes them an exception to the rule. You get what I'm saying? So, like, oh damn, but yeah, so like people go by these terms, you know what I'm saying, and then call, you know, black as a race like a made up term, when in reality, like, yeah, these terms are based off of like real groups, but like at the same time, like, being black is a real thing. It's not made up. You know, it's been noticed since ancient times. Like, people know a black person when they see one. You know, it's like, it's not even a real question. And so my personal message to the community would just be like, or to everyone, is really just like, change your mindset and how you view things. Nobody's saying, when people, like, a lot of people interpret Pan-Africanism as erasing your culture for the identity of being black and that only, when in reality that's not really what it's really about. You know, it's about like, yeah, we still have our differences, but we can unite, especially when it comes to like the things that actually matter. You know, we can actually like make something out of ourselves, because we all have been, again, like I said, have distorted history. We don't even control our own narrative about ourselves, and we've all suffered from things like colonialism and, like, you know, all that type of stuff. And so next question, kind of tying into this, is, do you think black people are all the same? Now, this is gonna sound like a common sense question, but like, I don't know. I want you to like think about it. I want you to think about it. Like, challenge, like whatever answer, whether you said yes or no in your mind, like challenge that belief, challenge it. So we'll start off with Guardian. If you need to take a minute to think, like, you know, just go ahead and say it. Like, you know, don't worry about the awkward silence. Just think about it. But yeah, Guardian, you ready to answer this question? If not, I don't know, we can wait or go to the next person who's ready to answer the question.
Okay, I'll just give you little knowledge that I have. You said that you do all black people alike. I mean, genetically, we are different a little bit. You feel me? But I feel like for the most part, like African Americans, like where their ancestors and stuff like that, they're really West Africans. They came from boats, and they were shipped boats all the way to America and all this stuff. I mean, for the most part, are we all related? Yes. We are differently though. We are differently. But this is a very complex question. So I don't know what else to put in, you know? So yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I won't even lie. I don't even know how I'm gonna answer the question. So like, let me just see what you say. Like, spin my answer off of that. Yeah. Okay. What about you, Quick?
I would say racially we all connect on the same level. You feel me? And I feel like that should be the most foremost and the most important thing that we connect on, and how we the same is racially. But I say like mentally, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? We ain't really the same, because you got some cool niggas, you got some smart niggas, you got some dumb niggas. You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's my perspective on that right there. I would say racially we on the same level, but mentally and everything else, nah.
I see it. What about you, Nichelle?
Just like he said, phenotypically, yeah, we can all be black, but you know, like, over time, even before slavery, you know, we were all different. We can't just ignore the fact that, like, genetically we're
There she
different
go
from,
again.
you know, how we look. Culturally, we're different. Like, it was all different, but like Black is, I guess, what ties us together. So, I don't know. It is kind of a hard question to answer, but yeah.
All right. What about you, Saya?
Okay, so like this question to me is like a river delta. You know, there's so many different ways a river can go into this one direction. So there's so many ways you can answer this question. For me, personality wise, no, we're not all the same. Culturally wise, not exactly. However, in terms of like being Black, I do feel like there are ways we are very much the same. And for me, it goes down to the way our mannerisms, you know, teeth kissing, even, you know, when it comes to laughing, whether it be like clapping our hands or just being very exaggerate or running away when we laugh. I see both Africans and African Americans do that. To, you know, the way our parents raise us, especially those in Africa or those in the southern U.S. In my experience, it's you know, they very similar to each other, and yeah, it's a bit hard. But for me, it all ties down to like how our mannerisms are and how we can relate to each other on that part.
Okay, I like that. What about you, Sule?
We're very, very similar, but we're very, very different. It's an awkward one. We kind of like, it's how we're related. Like, you know, we all cousins and shit, you know, but like at the same time, it's like we're very, very different.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like the smartest thing that I could think of, bro, is that like on different level, like I guess this is like a question with different levels and all that type of stuff. So like I'm gonna answer this question in almost like an indirect way, where like it almost doesn't answer the question, but like hopefully like you get the point that I'm making.
Wait, not to cut you off. I think I found a better answer. Like I just realized, you know, what Saya said with the mannerism and stuff like that. I mean, if you said, are we all the same, right? We all different, right? In phenotypes, our physical structure, bone density, and stuff like that. In our DNA, it's like quite a different little bit. Because the thing is, right, with us Black people, I feel like for some reason I connect better with a Black person better than other races, if that makes sense. Like if it's like I view a Black person like somebody I already knew, you know? It's because like I always had that touch, you know? I always had that touch with Black people because like I could easily talk to them, you feel me? Like because like I look at them as one of me, you know? We're all the same. So yeah, the thing is, and like one time I went to Africa and stuff like that, you know? I went to the Kinshasa area, you know? I chopped it up with the uncles and shit like that, you know, the old heads. You know, it was like,
yeah, these are some weird people, yo. They're very weird.
Like it clicked like that. It was instant. You know, I didn't even know these people like that. It clicked instant. We started talking. I feel like I couldn't do that with any other races. It's like I had to build it up, step it up a little bit. You know, going first steps. So yeah, that's the thing about man. And the thing about laughing with them. What he said, we laugh like we know each other already. So that's why I just had to put that out there, you know.
Yeah. I definitely see what you mean, man. Like I definitely agree, bro. Cause like going back to like how I was gonna answer the question, like guess like yeah, there's like a lot of places that Black people we call Black or Black people we all like relate, and then there are places where it's just like we're just completely different, like it's not even close. So I'll just say this in a way where it kind of like doesn't really answer the question. One thing that like about Black people is like we're very, very diverse, and on top of us being diverse, we're like the embodiment or representation of like the origin of our species, the Homo sapien, whatever you want to call it. And so we're the only group of people who can like, you know what I'm saying, like who like we're the only group of people that have this like level of diversity, you know what I'm saying, within us, and level of like, yeah, like diversity and culture and differences among ourselves, but like under specific areas, you know what I'm saying, whether it be phenotypical, whether it be cultural, whether it be religious, whether it be experiences that we had, like we do relate to, you know, to an extent. But yeah, that's basically my answer. I don't know if that really answers the question that I asked, but that's what I gotta say. So let me go through my notes and ask, figure out the next question. So okay, this is gonna be like one of the last questions. Like, okay, it's gonna be like a 2-part question. It's probably gonna be like the last question concerning like colonialism, white supremacy. I think. Don't quote me on that. So how do you feel like things like white supremacy have affected us on every level that you could imagine possible? Psychologically, religious, culturally, and our mindset. And should Black people view themselves as victims of white supremacy? Are you against the victim mentality? Or are you against the victim mentality? Do you think we have too much victim mentality and we complain too much about what has been done? And do you think we need to take more action? So to sum it all up, how do you think it affects us? Should we identify as victims? Why or why not? Starting with you, Guardian.
Okay, right. I feel like the whole victim thing and stuff like that with this white supremacy and stuff like that. I feel like I've watched a documentary about this one African woman. She like it's been stated that it's kind of hard, but she kind of nearly inherited pain from her great grandmother, from all the all the slavery shit the slavery thing that she was going through, such as like whipping and all the like harsh conditions she was going through, stuff like that. That's why like with this one what's called African American woman, she was just basically describing like all the pain and suffering she went through in her dreams. She said that her grandmother also came in her dream one time describing her and how what she went through and all of this. So I feel like this whole thing, it's like a massive scar, it's like a massive wound that's very hard to like stitch back up, like let me tell you, like 400 plus years, bro, 400 plus years. I feel like that is something that that can't be easily repaired. Yeah.
Let's see. All right, bro. What about you, Quick? You need me to restate the question, or you got it?
Yeah, restate that shit, bro.
All right, let me look through my notes again, bro. Let me forget this stuff. How does white supremacy affect its victims psychologically, mentally, spiritually, culturally, all that type of stuff? And second part to that question, should Black people view themselves as victims, the victims of white supremacy?
All right, shit. All right, before I go into my response to this question, it's 2 books I'm gonna recommend everybody read. It's called The Iceman Inheritance and Is It Me? Is It My Hair? Is It My Skin Color? Is It My Eyes or Is It You? So basically, when we're looking at white supremacy, we have to see how it affected the whole world globally. So nuclear war, environmental pollution, resource rape, these are all primary threats to human survival. And this is mainly brought to and for from the Western world. And as far as how it affects Black people, I would say also look at it globally. It affects us, mentally, in the way we practice certain religions, our perception of self. You got colorists out here because of white supremacy. We got people who hate their own hair color. And it also affects us economically too, because, you know what I'm saying, niggas in America don't really got their own economic system, bro. So, yeah. But yeah, that's all I gotta say. Wait, what was the second part to the question? Oh, the victim shit.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like, man, somebody did you wrong, bro. It's fuck them to the day I got down, dog. Like, you feel me? And all of these things that they did and put into fruition, it is affecting the world globally. So yeah, it's fuck them. So yeah, that's all I gotta say.
All right. What about you, Nashia? You need me to restate the question, or you got it?
Nah, I got it. I'm gonna answer the victim mentality one first.
All right.
Because growing up, I do know that there's a lot of us with the victim mentality. Like, people, like the unemployment rate in America, how it was before COVID, it was just like everybody, I heard some people even say, oh, they want us to be out of a job. Like, sometimes the victim mentality does affect a certain demographic of people. I think it's the demographic of people with like the low self-esteem, and they always want to put it off. Like, I understand like what our ancestors went through, especially as an African American, I understand. But growing up, my parents always told me like, we went through this so you could be this, so you could do this, So I feel like some of us do have to let go of that victim mentality. And the first part of the question, how does it affect us? I think, like he said, it does affect us globally, because just how people were treated in the United States was literally the basis of the entire, of Hitler's entire movement. Like, he gave props to how America treated Black people, how the world treated Black people, and that's how he went about his whole thing with the Holocaust. Like, we have to realize that just because of our history, other people were treated this way, and I feel like we just need to get it together as a whole group of people.
Okay. I definitely agree with that. What about you, Sai? You need me to restate the question, or you already got it?
I think I got it.
All right.
So, in terms of like how it affects us globally. Wait, actually, yeah, please restate it.
All right. Okay. How do you think white supremacy affects Black people psychologically, religiously, spiritually, culturally, like with our mindset and all that stuff? How do you think it affects us in those ways? And the second part to that question is, should Black people view themselves as victims of white supremacy?
Okay, so white supremacy, it affects us. It affected us from the day they left Europe and came to Africa. They all started doing that little scramble for Africa, and then many centuries and times went by. They started conditioning people, Black people from everywhere in Africa and America, in the Caribbean, South America, and how and they created these caste systems and saying we're practically the lowest. And like, I don't, because I know that there's a lot of Black people who do have a victim complex in this context. However, personally, I don't like using that term in this context, because I get it that there are some who definitely be like, oh, the system got us down. We can't do nothing. We can't get no job. We can't do nothing. And it can and cannot be true. You know, there's definitely many stories where white people have tore down or, denied Black people of these jobs because of their names, if they were too quote unquote ghetto. And also, destroying many different Black towns that are no longer here with us. And also, I just don't like it when other races of people especially uses the word how the Black people, they got victim mentality, because it's like, it also affected them as well, white supremacy. And just like Nashia said with Hitler and his hatred and contempt for the Jewish community, and it still affects us even today. And a lot of people say, oh, it don't affect you no more. It obviously still affects us and many other groups. Same thing with, like, going a little bit off the rail, but same thing with, like, the Italian and Irish. A lot of them still think they're not, their proximity to whiteness is far away, because back then, they considered Irish and the Italians a completely different race, completely non-Aryan. So it's a little weird that they say, oh, this don't affect y'all, but, like, look at the world. Look at how they treat dark skins and they treat dark skins like we're the worst. And of course, darker skinned people in different communities, Indian, South Asian, Southeast Asian, and all that. So, yeah.
Okay. What about you, Sule? You need me to restate the question, or you already got it?
Yeah.
Restate the question?
Yep.
All right. So basically, how does white supremacy affect Black people psychologically, spiritually, basically every way you can think possible? How does white supremacy affect us? And should Black people view themselves as victims of white supremacy?
We'll start with the first question. White supremacist way it affects is basically it caused many Black people to basically think that they're inferior, which is not good, because when you feel inferior, you're prone to having low self-esteem, low confidence, and all that other stuff. You're not gonna be comfortable in your skin. You're not gonna be able to achieve what you want. That's one. Second question: should Black people view themselves as a victim? When it comes down to, like, let's say opportunities and stuff. So if you're going through some hard shit, like, we could get it, but then also you could work hard towards it, So I wouldn't say it's best to view yourself as a victim, because there's people out there that view themselves as a victim, and they make excuse, like they have no self-control. I'm talking no discipline, nothing, But it really just comes down to, like, sometimes you gotta go through the hard times, and you gotta work your way out. You gotta work your way out of it, So that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that too, man. Like, the way I see it, first off, like, answering the first question is, like, white supremacy has sort of made Black people around the globe, like, want to escape everything that is Black. Not everything that is Black, but specifically everything that is, like, demonized about being Black. That's mainly the thing that Black people around the globe want to escape. This is why we have, like, I'm not gonna mention specific nations, but people would say, oh, I'm not Black, I'm this, I'm not, The main reason why, like, on top of, like, yeah, you can be proud of your culture, like, you know what I'm saying, like, your own little particular culture, but, like, a lot of the times I feel like people do it because they just want to escape that association with what white supremacy has painted to be the representation of Blackness and what it is. And concerning the victim thing, like, I'm more with, like, Sule on this, where it's like, we shouldn't really officially view ourselves as victims, but, like, like, we shouldn't label ourselves that. But at the same time, it is very important to like recognize the things that have happened in the past and to use that as fuel, motivation, and or reason to move accordingly. So like a lot of the times when I see things with like this victim, like especially when people try to like, I guess I won't even say like they do it consciously, but like when you go on TikTok or you go on like the internet and you see like videos about like, this is what white people did to black people, and this time, this is why it's all because of racism. See, white supremacy, bad, bad, bad. And it's like most of the time when you see these things, they mostly try to get you like from an emotional standpoint. So I would want to like, instead of thinking ourselves as victims, like I'm basically recommending more of like logical, practical thinking. So whereas like we don't like burden ourselves with the emotional side of it. You get what I'm saying? And sort of think logically like, okay, we can acknowledge this, that, and the third happened. Where do we go from here? You know, how do we progress? And based off of that, you know, whatever conclusion we need to come to, whatever things we need to do, you know, we get done. So the next question, it's a question more directly towards the diaspora war. I probably should have asked some of these questions earlier, but that didn't happen. So can Africans appropriate African American culture, and is it the same as when white people or non-blacks are appropriating African American culture? And then if you want to go the extra mile, you can answer the question the other way around. So like, can African Americans appropriate African culture, and is it the same when whites or non-Africans appropriate African culture? Now, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like it's kind of like a common sense. I can already like imagine a little bit about what people are gonna say, what y'all gonna say, but like, again, like with that one question about being black, like challenge the very first question, or not the very first question, the very first answer that popped up in your mind, yes or no. Challenge it. So let's start off with you, Guardian.
I'm gonna need you to simplify the question real quick, bro. Say it again.
Can Africans appropriate African American culture, and is it the same as when whites or non-blacks appropriate African American culture? We'll do it like this. We'll go around 2 times. So first we're gonna answer the first one. Can Africans appropriate African American culture? Once everybody's done, then we'll do can African Americans appropriate African culture, just to make it like easy and like I don't like make you stress out, whatever. But yeah, so can Africans appropriate African American culture? Is it the same as when white or non-black people appropriate African American culture?
Okay, so we're gonna start with the first one, right? I feel like the with the first one, right? With the first question, it could be easily said. A lot of people. All right, so coming from my point and stuff like that, the appropriation for African culture, for me, you know, the director of Black Panther, right? I forgot his name. It started with something, Cooper something, right? He was an African American, right? And I feel like he appropriated the culture more of African due to the fact that, like, you know, we never had like a African type of film, right? Based in Africa, right? Wakanda, right? And when this movie was worldwide, right? It opened a lot of people's minds on Wakanda. I mean, not Wakanda, but African people and stuff like that, you know? Yeah. It just like that movie with the African American director, right? he opened a lot of minds with the African culture appropriation. So from that on, like I mean, like before there was not that much of African culture being appreciated like that, you know. But ever since like 2018, like it was on social media, it was in like New York, Times Square, it was everywhere, man. Like Chadwick Boseman was getting a lot of credit and all this, man. It was like it was wonderful. So, you know, props up to Cooper for the for the appreciation of African culture, and you know, it opened a lot of minds for young people and adults. So yeah.
I see. Yeah. So, I feel like you answered the question the other way around. So yeah, but like yeah, I definitely agree with what you said, man. Or like I see what you said. You know, very interesting perspective. What about you, Quick? Can Africans appropriate African American culture? And is it the same as white people or non-black people appropriating African American culture?
Bruh, if you a nigga, bro, I don't care. You could dap me up, walk up to me, be like, hey, yeah, what's up, man? I don't give a fuck if you African or what. But nah, that's not the same if a white person come up to me. Like, white person come up to me, dap me up, what's up, my nigga? But yo, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass home, you feel me? But nah, bro, it's not the same. And the reason it's not the same is because, like, we've been demonized as black people globally, you know, for practicing our culture, for doing voodoo, for doing Ifa, for, you know, having different belief systems outside of the normal Abrahamic religions. And these are coming from non-black people demonizing us. I ain't never see a African demonize another African, bro. You practicing voodoo, bro? You're eating. Like, bro, fuck out my face. But yeah, shit, you could dap me up, you could dance, do whatever. I don't care. As long as you black, it don't make no difference to me.
I see. What about you, Nashia? You need me to restate the question or you got it? I think your mic kind of messed up. Try to like mute and unmute. It's a little bit the same. I can't really hear too good. Let me try to like lead a call and then come back. How do I can hear?
Y'all can hear me now?
All right, but yeah, we can hear. All right.
Okay.
You need me to restate the question or you got it?
You can restate it.
All right. Can Africans appropriate African American culture, and is it the same as white people or non-black people appropriating African American culture?
It depends on where you're from in Africa, I guess. But in the same breath, I really don't know, because West Africans, I'm kind of iffy, because like a lot of our culture, like, you know, stems from West Africans, I guess. But it's not the same as a white person. It's just like you got to have the understanding of like, yeah, your culture, well, our culture, like came from y'all, but like it was made by those who, you know. came about, like the slaves.
I see. All right, what about you, Syed? You need me to restate the question, or you got it?
Nah, I haven't. I agree with that shit. Like, I'm a little, because like, I don't care for Africans to like, man, how can I put this? When it comes to West and Central Africans, yes, most of our culture do stem from them. I guess there are ways to like indirectly appropriate it, because when people come over here, people are gonna catch up onto a culture because like it's all all around us, it's everywhere, and people are not really understanding where it came from because America don't really give much props to a culture. They don't really tell us, and they don't really spread the information of how it came, the root it came from. I generally don't care though if Africans quote unquote appropriate a culture. Not as much, obviously everything comes with respect. So of course, like everything else, we treat it as respect. Definitely ain't the same thing as white people appropriating, because be honest with you, I do not like white people doing anything that we do at all. I'm just being straight up. I do not like when they do anything that we do. But when it comes to other black people, especially Africans, Caribbeans, all that, I don't care. Just, obviously respect and everything like that,
Okay, I like that. What about you, Sule? You need me to restate the question, or you got it?
Oh yeah, I got it. So I was gonna say, look, if you're African and you adopted some African American culture, please respect African Americans. Just please, just be real with yourself. Don't do African American stuff and then expect you don't do African American stuff and then you disrespect African Americans. So I'll just say this, look, if you respect African American culture, then that's what really comes down to. So yeah.
I see. Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, if for like us Africans, you know what I'm saying? Like, most of us, including myself, like, yeah, we live in America. Like, of course, like, we're gonna appropriate some African American culture. It just happens. I don't always think it's a negative. I think it only becomes negative when it's like you disrespect African Americans or totally disregard the origin of that culture that we are appropriating. But then I also don't think it is the same when it comes to like non-blacks appropriating African American culture. But at the same time, it's like there's different levels to it, because like we can say like African American stems from like more West and Central African culture, but like personally, like me, like I'm not West or Central African, I'm East African. So like I don't really know if I could really like use that point, you know what I mean, to say like, oh, like, as Africans we've contributed, but it's like, like my specific people, like, I don't know how much, like realistically how much we really did contribute. But one thing like that's interesting about this is like when I first was hearing this going on in the diaspora war, it kind of like stopped me in my tracks. It stopped me in my tracks, and I was kind of just like I really had to think about it, where I was like, like, well, when people brought up this point, I did have to tell myself like, well, you were like, you do appropriate a lot of African American culture, like, you live in America, like, sometimes you talk like them, you're a rapper, I make music sometimes, so it's like I do appropriate the culture a lot, but like I think there's just different levels to it. So yeah, that's my answer. But okay, let's see what we got next. Okay, these are just like, okay, it's the question the other way around. So Guardian, you already answered the question. Like you answered like, can African Americans appropriate African culture? So like, I don't know if you want to answer that question again, then yeah, or like if you want to answer the African American one first, and then I'll restate the question for quick so you can answer the African one.
Okay, so I think I've already but the thing is like you said like African you said like African. Oh no, you said Africans, right? Like appreciating like African American culture. Is that what you said?
Yeah, like us basically like.
Oh, okay. I got it the other way.
Their culture, yeah. It's all good though, cause we're gonna answer both questions anyway. So it's like whatever.
So I already answered the second question, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay.
So basically, just answer the question we all just answered.
Okay, so for the most part, Africans like appreciating like African American culture. It's like I really don't have like a good opinion on this. You know, it's not something that I've seen often. Like I can't really pick up on it. You know, like for me, like certain type of Africans, like they are very like they don't adapt as easily. Like they don't adapt to like other types of cultures other than their own strictly. So I really cannot answer the question for you unless I look into it, you know. So yeah.
Okay, I see. What about you, Quake? Can African Americans appropriate African culture? And like, just to like make the question harder than it is, cause like, just to make it harder, like to add like extra things, like, let's consider African culture on like in context of like the whole continent and not just like specifically where African Americans originate from. But like at the same time, you can still like mention like, you know, that part of that side, because like, you know, like I don't know if African Americans get called out for like appropriating other groups of Africans' culture, or if it's mainly like West Africans who try to say stuff like that. So like, sort of give us a little bit of your experience, if that's ever happened, or if you ever seen that, how you feel, and your perspective.
For sure. Shit, that ain't never really happened to me personally, but it probably did to another motherfucker. But I feel like, yeah, bro, we should be able to practice that shit. That's where our blood comes from, you feel me? It's in our DNA, you know what I'm saying? And we trace back to the continent. And when you look at all of the cultures, you know, all the cultures, they share similarities with one another. They're not exactly the same, but they do share common similarities with one another. So I feel like, hell yeah, you feel me? I be practicing the fuck out that shit.
Okay. I like that. What about you, Nasir?
I definitely do think we can appropriate like African cultures because, like you said, Africa is a continent. So it's like that has different tribes and each tribe has different cultures and so on. And it's just like, it's okay to like connect to your roots, but connect to your roots enough to know where you come from. And where you come from is like more than a country, because, you know, the borders didn't exist when your people were taken from these places. So like understand where you come from, then you have to dig deeper and find your tribe or whatever. And once you find your tribe, I just really think if you want to reconnect, don't go about it by yourself, because that's where it can get disrespectful. So in short, yes, African Americans can appropriate African culture, because if you're randomly practicing, let's say, a culture, and you say, oh, everybody I know, they come from Igbo culture. Oh, so I'm gonna just practice Igbo culture, but whole time you're either like Edo or like Yoruba or something like that. Like, just make sure you start where you need to start and do it the right way.
Okay. I like that answer. What about you, Saya? You need me to restate the question? You got it.
I have it. Yes, it is definitely can appropriate different African cultures. Like, yes, I understand we be mixed, but you know, with so many different Central African tribes in them. But there is definitely a way to go about exploring your roots. Me personally, because I get a few mutuals, you know, commenting and, you know, DMing me and saying like, oh my gosh, we appreciate you just like, you know, doing this and like showcasing this. I'm like, and I, you know, I'd be happy that I show appreciate different cultures, and I try to do it in the most respectful way. And I do feel like if you are and you want to reconnect, you don't necessarily even have to find a genealogy yet. If you have the money, you can go ahead and do that. But if you don't have the money, you can just explore, you know, different African cultures, and especially the ones that your people mostly came from. And, you know, there's still documents of where, you know, even where you live, where majority of those African tribes were taken, such as like if you were taken to the Carolinas and Georgia, you mostly got a lot of Sierra Leone, Senegambia, Congolese roots. If you were taken to like Virginia, you got a lot of Angolan roots and stuff like that. So yes, be mindful of what culture you're looking into. You can definitely appropriate. I see a lot of AAs tend to appropriate a lot of East African cultures. So yeah, but you know, this obviously, yeah, you can still go about it in a respectful way because there are things that overlap.
I see. Okay, I like that answer. What about you, Sule? You got
yeah, you know, they could look into like their ancestors, what tribe they come from, and try out like what custom they've been doing and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't really got much to say, but yeah, like as long as it's in a respectful manner, that's what really matters. So I don't really got much to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Bro, I got something to add. I got it.
Yeah, go
ahead. All right, shit. Yeah, I was thinking like me, I'm the type of nigga, you feel me? So like the way I view the coaches is like I view them bitches as different ice cream flavors, you feel me? So like say for example, one culture vanilla ice cream, one culture strawberry ice cream, and one culture chocolate ice cream. I'm the nigga, if all three of them bitches taste good, I'm a practice all three of them hoes. You feel me? Eat all three of them bitches. You feel me? Yeah, yeah, that's all I gotta say. Yeah, for sure.
I see. Yeah, I can respect that. You know, I can respect that. Like the way I kind of see it is kind of just like this whole cultural appropriation thing is like, so like I guess I can say like a funny topic, especially when it comes to like Africans, because like starting off in Africa alone, like especially like I see a lot of East African TikTok a lot of the time, like Africans call out each other for appropriating each other's culture. So it's kind of just like that right there is kind of just like, you know, I guess like something worthy like noting. Like a lot of the times I see like, for example, like y'all seen I don't know if you guys are familiar with like East African TikTok, but like a couple months ago there was like the Jalabia versus Bati wars, and like it was basically Sudanese, South Sudanese, Somalis arguing over like cultural clothing and like who does it belong to, what's the difference. I honestly didn't even pay attention to any of that, but like, you know, like certain things, like, you know, like a lot of Africans, they call out each other on each other, you know, for practicing each other's culture. But like a lot of the times it's just because like influence happens, you know, like people who are closer together, they're gonna share cultures. They're gonna, you know, it's always gonna be like that, you know, culture spreads, it's shared, it's whatever, you know. So when it comes to like African Americans practicing African culture, like honestly, like yeah, man, like I really don't really mind, because again, like, you know, there's the point, like a lot of African Americans don't really know like truly like what exact tribe, region of Africa, like they might know the region, but like they don't know like their actual people they came from, you know what I mean? They might not know that in like detail. You know, you can only deal with like probability. Like you can probably like estimate the probability, like okay, like since I'm here, like you said, like you're from Virginia, if you're from California, you're probably from this area, that area. But I think African Americans definitely should be able to practice African cultures, you know, because like again, like I guess it's almost that like thing of unity in Black people, like we all relate to an extent, you know, as long as we're just mindful and respectful of the people of a certain particular culture, you know, it's always like, you know, it's never really a problem. You get what I'm saying? And then especially when it comes to like African Americans, especially like the cultures, like if you're like African American, you've been doing research and like you find your culture, or like, you know, you try to practice some African culture generally, like I don't think it's a bad thing, you know, like, you know, I respect the effort, You know what I'm saying? To like try to reconnect with your ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Versus like just I don't want to call certain communities, but like just going and claiming it, like like these people get roasted on the internet a lot. So like claiming Hebrew, but it's not even just African Americans who do it too. It's like sometimes it's all Africans across the world. Claim origin to something like they know they aren't really from, but just because of the hype, just because it's an escape to who they know they are, is kind of just, or like who they think they are, I should say. They like are adopted without any question. So yeah, man. So let me see any more questions I got. Okay, I'll make this one about cultural appropriation. Like, why do you think people call out each other for cultural appropriation? This is probably like one of the last two questions. So, yeah, how do you feel about the whole concept of cultural appropriation? Why do you think people care about it so much, especially nowadays? Is it important? Are there different levels to it? How do you feel about that? So we'll start off with you, Guardian.
Viewer, just come back to me about this one. I'm a rebounder, bro.
All right,
yeah.
All right. Quick. So you got the Hold on, give me one second, bro. I feel like I just skipped a whole bunch of people. Did I skip y'all, bro? I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of tired right now, bro. Did I skip anybody for any question? Or y'all went?
I don't think so.
Good, man.
Okay, yeah, my fault. I'm kind of have brain fog, bro. But okay, yeah. So, quick, you need me to restate the question, or you already got it?
Well, that shit was like, how I feel about people calling people out for cultural appropriation.
Yeah, like this whole concept. How do you feel about it?
Man, I feel like, for the most part, it is kind of stupid, but like, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody shares something from everybody's culture, you feel me? Whether it's something even little, I feel like you can appreciate somebody else's culture and be like, damn, that shit cool as fuck. Damn, I want to do that. You feel me? Like type shit. But I do feel like I am saying it from the other person's perspective, because it's just like, bro, like, but nigga, you still in my shit, you feel me? So I'm 50-50 with it. But I don't give a fuck. I be stealing everybody's shit. You feel me?
What about you, Nashia?
I think calling people out for cultural appropriation, I think it could be a good thing and a bad thing, because it's like, if you calling somebody out for cultural appropriation when they're trying to find themselves in their roots, it can like discourage them to do so and put them back at square one. But then again, it's like, I'm calling you out because I'm educating you on why you're wrong, why you're doing this the wrong way, So I think the biggest like part of cultural appropriation is how you go about it, and like how you should understand that people are going to come at you, and you need to know like to open your mind and know when somebody tells you that you're wrong, you stop it. Just like don't keep dragging it.
Okay. I like that. What about you, Saya? You gonna need me to repeat the question, or you got it?
I got it. I think I do. So, when it comes to calling people out for cultural appropriation, it's definitely like, for me, it's like it depends on how you go about it. If somebody's trying to if somebody's genuine, trying to reconnect with something that they might be a part of, I think it's important to, and if they cross a boundary that they're not aware of, I think it is definitely appropriate to call them out, but in a educating type of manner, like in a more of a respectful kind of calming tone, because if you give it out in a angry tone, or like, oh, you can't do this, it'll definitely discourage them. And yeah, it just all comes about how you say it, how you educate people. Now, if people are like genuine, they know what they're doing for the most part, and not overstepping boundaries and all that, I do think it's kind of crazy how you do get people. There are people who get mad at other Black people from exploring different cultures. When it comes to clothes practices, that's understandable. And yes, understandable. Culture is very important to people. Has a lot of meaning to it. So I understand people who do get angry and call it people on cultural appropriation on that part. But, you know, it also comes down to if they're genuine about it, if they're, you know, want to learn about it. I think it does help to guide them in a direction and correct them in the right way, if I'm making sense.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. What about you, Sule? How do you feel about cultural appropriation?
Just like everybody just said, like, look, you should get called out in a respectful and educated way. Not in the like, don't get called out. Like, you shouldn't call out somebody like, oh, what the fuck you do that? No, just be calm and collected and explain in details. You know, and from there you learn.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you guys said, man. Like, educating is very important. I also think like context is like also like a very, very important like part of, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the context? The context will let you know whether you like you need to educate this person or just like let this person be. Whether you should like be a little bit more like aggressive with like, you know what I'm saying, you calling out versus like whether it's like, you know, you can really just chill out and just explain like, yeah, you know, this is how this is done, this is, you know, and like just sort of like list out the requirements of what they need to know. So this is the last question. I know I had y'all in for a while, so you could just relax with this question, but it's also like, I don't know, I want to see what you guys got to say, but do you have any friends, family, or anything that have been mean to Africans or African Americans? So it's the last question concerning the diaspora, and then we, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna do the outro. So what do you got to say about this, Guardian?
For the most part, like, oh, all right, hold on. I lost my train of thought. Can you say the question again?
Do you have any friends, family, anybody who you knew, like before or now, have ever made fun of Africans or African Americans?
For the most part, I had both. Right, like I have from both parties. Like I could talk about the African side and stuff like that. You know, for the African side, you know, it's like when I was growing up with friends and stuff like that. It's like with African friends, it's just that they never wanted it to be viewed. They never wanted to be viewed with other African Americans, right? Due to the fact how their behavior is, you know, like I remember one time, like for like my African friend, right? He wanted to move away from the classroom, away from the African American kid, due to the fact he was acting, you know, the things he got from home, right? He doesn't have home training, you know, and from that point on, it's like I've seen that diaspora war since I was little, you know. I've seen it from both parties. So like from the kid, so the African kid not liking the American kid due to the fact of behavioral things, and he was like, so basically what the American kid was doing was like he was like bringing drama. He was not listening to the kid and stuff like that. And then, you know, the African kid, right? He learned from his parents that that African Americans act in a certain way, you know, to express themselves and stuff like that, you know. That is what's called a stereotype. So what this African kid was, he learned some stereotypes from his, you know, his elders and stuff like that, and that's why he just never felt comfortable being wrapped around African Americans like that, right? So and sometimes with Africans, they just feel embarrassed, you know, like they feel embarrassed being around African Americans and for the African American and the other party, right? The African Americans, right? They view like they when it comes to them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen harsh things that's been said to Africans. Harsh things like African booty scratcher. Go back to your land. Go back to your country. You do not belong here. The colorist also comes into play, like such as like you dark as shit. And all this, you probably and they like to throw ignorant comments such as like you don't have bottled water. You guys don't have water and all that, right? Stuff like I've seen it from the African Americans. This is back and forth stuff. I've seen it for a while, and I've seen it since I was a kid. Seen it from both parties. So like, I don't know how to like I don't know how to come about this. So yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. I gotta have like similar experiences. What about you, Craig? Have you ever had any friends or knew any people right now or in the past that have made fun of Africans or African Americans?
Bro, hell yeah, bro. Like, little shit. I was like chilling in the kitchen type shit, you feel me? I'm hungry than a motherfucker, but I get some food and shit. So then, like, my uncle come up with shit. I don't know. He was talking to my girlfriend about, like, black women is, like, great or some shit like that. Then he started talking shit about African. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck, nigga? I'm like, nigga, your ass is an African, boy. And that was really it. Other than that, probably a few times in elementary school about, like, African booty scratching and shit like that. And I'll just be like, what the fuck? But that was really it, bro, to be honest.
Okay, I see. What about you, Nasir? Have you ever known anybody in the past, present, future, not in the future, but past, present, who have made fun of Africans or African Americans?
Like not in my, my family, but like growing up in elementary school, we had like, I think my first grade year is like when a lot of like, I started like noticing a lot of like West Africans move. And we had two Nigerians. They were twin brothers, and like they would just get it from like a bunch of the other first grader, like African booty scratcher this, African booty scratcher that. And it was like mostly because they were African, not because they were dark skinned, because they were two light skinned boys. And it was just like I seen how it affected them. And as like we progressed through like elementary school, they ended up like leaving our elementary school. Like their mom like moved them back home going into our second grade year. So like just growing up around like certain groups of people, it was just like as I got older, I started like to tell people like, hey, like it's not what we do. Like you really need to read up on your history and stuff. By the time I was in middle school, but I don't really think I've seen it like the other way around where I'm from, other than like, I guess going into like markets and stuff where like the aunties will like follow people around. But like, I never got that because I guess the way that I carry myself, I guess. But yeah, I've seen it on both sides, but from my ethnicity's perspective more.
Okay. What about you, Sai? Have you ever known anyone? Do you know anyone in the present or in the past that's made fun of Africans or African Americans?
So thankfully, my family ain't ever did that because, they started. I won't say recently, but like I guess it was like once I started to like get back in touch with my roots and stuff like that. They started to also see themselves as African people as well. But yes, in school, simply because we didn't have that many, I don't even think we had, I don't know if we really did or not have Africans in my class, but I do know that they've definitely said African booty scratcher towards each other, mostly to, each other's, it's been saying that to each other and stuff like that. But I've not really seen anyone in my life that's really made fun of an African person in person or an African made fun of an African American in person. I will say once when I started like embracing it heavily in high school, cause I did it, I've been doing it like back in middle school, but like once I started to really get into it and I started like when a dashiki, they started calling me African booty scratch and did the Wakanda jokes to me. I'm like, boy, I'm just like you, like what? But yeah, no, and just a small minor thing. It's not really all that serious, but like when some people in my family, like cousins or aunties, they say, "Oh, I got my hair done by the Africans." I be trying to tell them like, don't say the Africans. I don't like that. I generally just don't like that because like you're trying to separate yourself from them. Just say you got it done by the African hair shop and stuff like that. But
What sense did that just make? No, they are Africans. You're trying to separate yourself. Don't Africans come from a country in Africa? Okay. What country do we come from in Africa? Exactly. Yeah. So our onion don't peel back. If we're African, then our onion don't peel past Africa. There's due. So even if we were African, we're different, and we're a different type of African than them. Because you can't associate with us with no country in Africa, we cannot be African. Africans are associated with a country within that continent. That's what makes you African. Like, how are you South American and you're not associated with a country in South America? That's just retarded. So how are we African, but we're not associated to any countries in Africa? That's retarded, man. So no, the African story, they had it right the first time. We ain't gonna say what she said, the African stores. Oh, my fault. I pressed the wrong button.
generally, no. I've never, in my personal experience, I've never had anyone make fun of either or.
Okay. It's interesting. What about you, Sule? Have you ever known anybody in the present or
Hell. Yeah, of course I had an incident where people like I've been around. It was like, you fucking African booty scratcher and all this other shit. Oh, you like to, oh you be in the jungle and all the other shit, right? Whatever. But I don't really care. But and then I had this incident where there's people that was talking to me about like, oh, African American this and a third, and I'm just like, okay. But like really, like again, these people, both sides is retarded, low IQ. So I'm gonna just say, personally, me, from personal experience, of course, I had my fair share. Even with VO, you remember middle school? You already know middle school. Yep. So, yeah.
All right, yeah. My personal experience, bro. Like, I kind of always viewed myself in like the middle, cause like I've seen a little bit of both sides, but like I never was like the person, you know what I'm saying, like doing that. Like mainly like okay, like I told you guys earlier, like I used to be like on the receiving end of African jokes and like, you know what I'm saying, like even stuff like it would lead into like me getting into fights consistently, like as a kid, you know what I'm saying, just over stupid stuff, like you get disrespected for no reason just because you are like African, and then like me being like extra dark skin, and like you know what I'm saying, at my earlier years I also had like a really big gap, so had it a little bit rough, bro. But I also had like times like where like even I'll even be real, like sometimes like my parents, they'll like tell me like certain things like, oh, like African Americans, like they'll be like, like a lot of them behave this type of way, like like the ghetto, you know what I mean?
Oh, did he just say, okay, I gotta clip that, family, I gotta clip that? Yeah, Pinky, I scrolled up, I didn't see. I'm gonna tell you what I scrolled up to. He said, how do I join the voice? He said, we have shapeshifters in our community. Anybody that talk about shapeshifters, Pinky, you already know they nuts. African and Caribbeans and shit. Dumbass black women support foreigners too. Big traders to God. Yeah, and Black America is black women. Half of them traders. Yeah, come on now. You know he's off his medicine. If you talking about shape shifters, yeah, you definitely ain't regular ed. All right, let me
like they'll say that type of stuff, and like honestly, some like times like where like even I'll even be real, like sometimes like my
hold on,
even stuff like it would lead into like me getting into fights consistently, like as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Just over stupid stuff, like
what
on the receiving end of African jokes, and like, you know what I'm saying, like even stuff like it would lead into like me getting into fights consistently,
African jokes,
like as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Just over stupid stuff, like you get disrespected for no reason just because you are like African, and then like me being
no, that's your insecurity. You didn't get joked on because you were African. You got joked on because you're in the FBA predominantly, school. That's all.
and like extra dark skin, and like, you know what I'm saying, at my earlier years I also had like a really big gap, so had it a little bit rough, bro. Had it a little bit rough. But I also had like, times like where like even I'll even be real, like sometimes like my parents, they'll like tell me like certain things, like, oh, like African Americans, like they'll be like, like a lot of them behave this type of way, like, like the ghetto, you know what I mean? Like they'll say that type of stuff, and like honestly I always viewed myself in the middle, and like when it comes to like my parents specifically, like like on the receiving end of African jokes, and like, you know what I'm saying, like even stuff like it would lead into like me getting into fights consistently, like as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Just over stupid stuff, like you get disrespected for no reason just because you are like African, and then like me being like extra dark skin, and like, you know what I'm saying, at my earlier years I also had like a really big gap, so had it a little bit rough, bro. Had it a little bit rough.
Cause they called you jokes.
But I also had like, times
they
like
joked on you.
Where like even I'll even be real, like sometimes like my parents, they'll like tell me like certain things, like, oh, like African Americans, like they'll be like, like a lot of them behave this type of way, like, like the ghetto, you know what I mean? Like they'll say that type of stuff, and like honestly I always viewed myself in the middle, and like when it comes to like my parents specifically, like like on the receipt, like they'll say that type of stuff, and like honestly I
no. You know what? I'm
always viewed myself in the middle, and like when it comes to I guess we had so like my parents specifically, like like I like recently, like as time has progressed, like
what he
again,
what
like I said, like
it's okay. What he's really saying is this: he's saying that kids joked on him, right? Kids joked on kids. He's saying that his parents were disrespecting kids. You remember what he said? They're lazy, blah blah. So that means that the parents were saying, things about kids. So he's comparing his parents to kids, which is ridiculous. But that's tether logic.
They let go of these stereotypes a lot more. But like growing up, like like some of my parents, did used to have those views as well, and like what I'm saying, it was just like like I guess you can say like consistent things, like even when I moved to Arizona, there's like a whole lot of Mexicans here, so like
wait a minute,
there's like a whole lot of, so like my parents specifically, like like I like recently, like as time is
I need that.
Like my parents, they'll like tell me like certain things, like, oh, like African Americans, like they'll but I also had like times like where like even I'll even be real, like sometimes like my parents,
I need that,
like times like where like even
I need that,
like even I'll even be real, like sometimes like my parents, they'll like tell me like certain things, like, oh, like African Americans, like they'll be like, like a lot of them behave this type of way, like, like the ghetto, you know what I mean? Like they'll say that type of stuff, and like honestly I always viewed myself in the middle, and like when it comes to like my parents specifically, like like I like recently, like I like like even I'll like even I'll even be real, like I always viewed myself in the middle, and like when it comes to like my parents specifically, like you know, like I like recently, you know, like as time has progressed, like again, like I said, like they let go of these stereotypes a lot more. But like growing up, like yeah, like some of my parents, like my parents, you know, did used to have those views as well. And like
that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? It was just like, you know, like I guess you can say like consistent things, you know, like even when I moved to Arizona, there's like a whole lot of Mexicans here, so like I used to get racist comments from them. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I'd be sitting in class and like some Mexican kid will call me like a negro.
Hey, dude, stop the cap. If everybody's picking on you, bro, it's you. It's you. Because like you said, your parents said that those Americans, the FBA boys are lazy. Your parents probably some smoke for Mexicans. So yeah, you're right. Everybody's kicking your ass because you going to school disrespecting everybody because your parents told you to. You know, your parents gave you terrible your parents was setting you up for failure.
Or like something like that, you know, like just for no reason. Even had like one of my Mexican friends tell me like I don't even remember how the conversation went, but I was like, you know, like what's it called? It was like some sort of like I guess back and forth I guess we had. You know what I'm saying? He was just like, I'm Mexican and it's like it's better than being African, and I was just like, damn. Like that nigga.
Fuck way back.
You said what?
Fuck way back.
Let's not.
Yeah, he said like he just said like, you know, it's better than being African. I was just like, damn, like I thought we were supposed to be friends, bro. Like, you know. But
where did he lie?
Yeah, and then like sometimes too, like I got a whole bunch of experience. I might just tell y'all some.
Yeah, listen. If you got that many experiences where every race is picking on you, every ethnicity is picking on you, it's probably you, bro. You're just a weird dude. You dig? Like you were born to get picked on. That's all.
Like, sometimes it's like one time I was going up to like this one neighborhood and like I was talking with these one people and like this white kid just screamed out laughing like and laughed out like, oh, he's blackish, and he was one of those white people like you know.
Wait, hold on. So you trying to convince me an FBA pick with you, a Mexican pick with you, and a white boy? Dude, it's you. You're probably weird looking, bro. Nobody's racist or anti-African. You just look weird, and everybody's cooking you. That's what it sounds like to me.
You know what I'm saying? Like, acts very African American too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he seen me, he just screamed out laughing like, oh, he's black as fuck, he's black as shit. And I just kind of stood there and I just looked at him. I didn't really say anything. And like everybody else around us was black or African American, and like we just didn't even like entertain what he said at all, bro. It was just like it was very awkward. You know what I'm saying?
What you should have did was cosplay an FBA and whooped his ass. That's what you should have act like one of us and whooped his ass, man.
And then like other times where it's like one time I was like in this parking lot. We were like in the parking lot of an apartment complex, and we was like chilling by the cars. And like this is when I was like younger, so it was like middle school years. This one guy, he was just saying like, oh no, like I'm not your brother. I'm not like we're not brothers. You know what I'm saying? You're too dark to be my brother and all that type of shit.
Dang.
And like, you know, it was like metaphorically because, you know, we're all black, but like, you know, he was like, you're saying you're too dark to be my brother. And like one of my homies, my homie's dad, he was there because he was there in the parking lot.
Listen, family, I know what's going on. He just a weird kid. He's getting picked on not because he's dark skinned. He's getting picked on because he's weird.
With us too, and he was just saying like, nah, like we all black. Like he was basically telling him like nah, like why you treating like a little kid like this? Because this was a grown man who was saying this, and he was like, my friend's dad was just like, yeah, why you treating this little guy like this? Like, you know, we all brothers, we all related. You know what I'm saying? And my friend's dad was an African American too, so like I got experiences on both sides, you know, both ends. Like I can see, like I seen prejudice going both ways, and like one thing I said in my video is usually due to just like stereotypes, like, and people want to escape certain stereotypes and certain narratives of like,
let me see
what white supremacy or whatever you want to call it painted what being black, what they painted being black to be like. So yeah, man. So that was the last questions, the end of this podcast. If you guys have any ending word, anything you guys want to end on, any social medias you want to shout out, like this is the time to do that. So we'll start with you, Guardian. After we finish, I'm gonna leave the VC.
All right, family, man. Rock with y'all. I love y'all. But y'all know it's way past my bedtime. It's Saturday night, so I stayed up a little longer. You dig? So I don't know why I did that because I gotta go live early as hell tomorrow. So family, I'm going to have like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I'll get at you guys tomorrow. Peace. Love you guys. Thank you for the Cash App that was sent. Thank you for the super chats. Respect to you. And I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night. Good night. Yeah, Africans, man. Dang, y'all in trouble. Peace.